Crystal Charter, The Daughter of the Red Seal. Written and read by Rebecca Sewell. The Cave, Part 1. A bewitching silence held her captive. In an unfocused haze, the stars shone overhead, each a fuzzy outline that danced elegant patterns across her vision, until a slow, tired blink turned everything dark again. There was no way she could relax with the taste of honey root and fire ginger tingling her mouth, so she surrendered and opened her eyes, grudging the action in the same way as someone who offers the last piece of food on a serving plate to be polite, and another dares take it. With her face turned toward the sky, she could make sense of the stars. The swan flew straight overhead, and to the left it almost looked like the dark wolf major. A frown creased her brow as she tried to figure out why those constellations were sharing the same patch of sky. The sensation of water in her hair and weighing down her dress dislodged her confusion, and she jerked upright. Splashing her hands in the shallow puddle she was laying in, she cupped it up to her face to try and wash some of her tiredness away. She straightened her spine to observe her surroundings. Posture was important for a lady. The pale stone platform was filled with a shallow pool of water, dripping over the sides with her movement. It looked like a giant oval bird bath, with whorls graved all along the edges, ending in a stone floor so dark it could swallow the night sky. There was nothing surrounding the platform, just a vastness that stretched on and on with the stars. The stars! Never had she seen so many in her life. Her foot landed on the floor, and she gave a start when she realized it was more water. A surface layer so thin she could see the smooth black rock reflecting the static lights above her. "This can't be happening!" The voice was almost musical, an echo that surrounded and embraced her. She looked around, but there was no one else that she could see. Her feet dangled above the mirror of the sky, and when she dipped her toe to disturb the surface, stars quivered along the ground. Foreign silk slippers graced her feet and let the warm water in. A gentle yawn floated free from her. It faded her vision out of, then into focus again. She didn't recognize the dress either. Palest cream with gold and silver embroidery along the arms. Close-fitting but comfortable, like one of the elegant statues in the gardens of the nobles. She felt she should search around to find a vase to hold aloft so she could stand still and let more water flow forth. "I have no idea where I am," she thought. This place was strange, magical, yet she could not summon any reason to panic. Everything here felt safe, but she could not comprehend the instinctive knowledge that told her it was. It was a thing that was, like the blood in her heart or the breeze from an ocean. "Wake up! Come on, this is a dream!" This time the voice had lost any sense of calm. Panic veiled behind the musical ring. "I am awake," she thought. After gazing up for a few slow, sleepy blinks, she discerned the stars above were not stars at all. They were balls of light floating within reach, the largest no bigger than a fist floating off to one side, and the smallest barely visible to her, despite being just above her head. Thousands and thousands of them stretched on, reflected on the dark, watery floor as far as her vision could reach. It felt like an immense cave filled with fireflies, each firefly frozen in invisible ice. Her instincts told her there would be no point in trying to move any of those glowing orbs. Their placement was fixed, natural. Nothing had the power to realign them, let alone a human. "Just open your eyes. Everything will be back in place." "Who is that?" In a numb state, she stood upright and started to walk, to search for an exit or to find the person speaking to her in panicked tones. Strange, she pondered. That voice was so familiar. Who was it? Concentrating on her memories didn't help to reveal how she ended up in such a bizarre place. She quickly grew frustrated when her mind only went in circles. Home, safety, The king, not home. She hadn't been in a cave since she lived with her beloved parents. She had visited relatives that lived close to the caves of Ryber along the northern part of the West Wing mountain range, the Blasted Mountains. But that was a long time ago. The caves of Ryber were dark and wet, but the similarities stopped there. This wasn't Ryber. In fact, she wasn't entirely sure such a place could be considered a cave. "This is probably a dream, like the voice said." "Ouch!" she hissed aloud. The sharp pinch she gave herself didn't alleviate her worry, but she knew that it was what you were supposed to do if you thought you were stuck in a dream. Walking a short distance did nothing to change her surroundings. The only movement in the cave were the ripples stretching wide across the watery floor from her feet. "Where am I?" she called, hoping the ghost voice would respond. The last thought she had was helping in the kitchen to prepare food for something important. It was quite fuzzy. She had been in the kitchen cooking. No, I forgot what I was doing. Pain blossomed as a headache as she forced herself to remember. Early memories were clean and easy to call forth. Then an image of King Jasik shone clearly, scowling and skeptical from his brass throne. Other images collapsed around her, a plethora of captious faces and hidden tears. She had left her home, that was clear, but her recent history was buried beneath a thick fog. "Wake up!" She nearly jumped out of her skin when the voice sounded again, not just closer, but louder. The volume wasn't nearly as distressing as the sobbing that followed the shout. It was the sound of pure heartbreak. Then it was gone again. Well, that was just plain terrifying, she thought, feeling completely unterrified. Was she walking towards the voice? Did she want to? No landmarks marred the horizon. Her fingers danced in the air in front of her, drawing lines to make constellations on the endless supply of stars. Some were real. Most of them she made up. "They want me to touch them," she breathed into the mild air. The closest glowing orb, low enough to touch, was 2 paces away. She crossed the short distance to stare into it. It was about the size of a buttercup, an immovable flower. The light emitting from it was a captivating glow. She had felt lured to them since waking up, but at the same time a dull fear ached at the back of her head, a warning wrapped in silk. That warning flared in her mind, and she stepped back from the buttercup star. To her right was another, its power seemingly diminished with its size. Muscles tightened. She took a deep breath, and her fingertip brushed an orb the size of an ant. He hates me. His eyes show me nothing but rage and disgust. I'm staring at the silver tunnel in his shaking hands. His dark, dirt-clad hair matches his exhausted eyes. He's breathing heavily, the dirt all over his face streaked by lightly falling rain. And blood, God's mercy! That is blood covering his clothing. We're standing in ankle-deep mud. I feel it around my feet, and I see behind his shoulder a field churned with dark, moist soil, smoke rising in the distance. I start to turn and look down and see my clothes are again unfamiliar. I'm wearing trousers and boots. I'd never be seen looking like this, like a man, a soldier, or a peasant on the run. It doesn't matter, I wouldn't. A stabbing pain in my shoulder and the sight of blood on my own appalling outfit jolts me, the pain making me believe that at least some of this blood is mine. I begin to lift my hands to see what grime they are covered in, when I realize that hidden in the carnage of the field I can see a lifeless, torn body. This is a nightmare. I can't even think of why I would have this gut-wrenching vision. "You deserve this, bitch." I glance up to the stranger in time to see the hate in his eyes grow into an all-consuming inferno. His hand twitches on the shining contraption he holds. Click. Then she was back, bathed in the pale light of the not stars, large, hot tears streaking down her face. She took a shuddering breath, then collapsed on the floor and sobbed, loudly. It took a surprisingly short time for her to compose herself against the shock of what she had witnessed, what she felt. That was death, she thought. Her skin crawled, and she shuddered again. Her mind flooded with questions. Whose death? Why did I see that? Where was that? There were answers to none of them. Despite the fear that surged fresh in her head, she could feel it being suppressed, swallowed into the cave around her. Panic, fear, sorrow, they couldn't exist here, not for long. Dismay pressed against her, faded and rose again as she took in each of the stars, of what each one might be. I'm trapped in a cavern of death. One step, another. Her back was turned to the stone basin, and her feet were falling faster and faster. Soon she was sprinting, and each step was creating the delicate music of splashing to the rhythm of her dread. She pushed herself forward until her breathing was short, her chest aching from lack of exercise. The first landmark that came into her line of sight stopped her. No, she whispered as she took shaky steps towards the large stone basin in front of her. Her fingers brushed against the smooth engravings in the pale stone. A tear on her cheek slid down and fell into the pool as she clambered back into the shallow water. Directly above her, the swan was flying. She rolled off the basin, landing noisily on the wet floor beneath, palms slapping the stone, then again. Even as the cave leached frustration from her, the sting in her hands reminded her that she was afraid and trapped in a nightmare. The Crystal Charter, Daughter of the Red Seal, read and written by Rebecca Sewell. A scream flew through the manor, running on invisible legs, dominating each room and brushing icy fingers along every surface. Crystal chandeliers vibrated, adding their own spine-prickling music as the house shuddered under the wailing. Each brick, meticulously placed centuries ago in the decadent home of the Sumines, clung to its sibling, and together they absorbed the primal cries of human suffering. Maebe's doll-like hands were lost in the deep feather pillow she pulled tight over her face and ears. The crescent moon white of her fingernails gripped so hard she was close to tearing the fabric. Her 8-year-old body swallowed the overstuffed mattress. Layers of silk sheets and soft blankets, piles of finely embroidered pillows. She had wrapped them around her, a child's fortress against the piercing sound. She was tiny hunched in her ornate bed, a pebble under a carpet. The screams pulsed and sang, finding a way into her mind through her stuffed ears and out through her tears. She curled up smaller, pulled the bedding closer and the pillow tighter. The room was cast in darkness, the polished wood of the floor little more than a void under the scattered rugs hovering deceitfully above the black. Thick drapes blocked whatever the light the moon may have offered. "Please," she sobbed into dampening fabric, suffocating her in its warmth, but unwilling to relinquish her only protection. She didn't know who she was pleading with anymore. Her father was locked away in his office, using his books and ledgers to create a barricade in the same way she used her bedding. The maids no longer slipped in to offer her comfort during the darkest hours. All but the longest serving had fled the manor. Even those who stayed after the screams started began to leave the manor after the dark fell. Not that anyone would comfort her. Maebe had taken to raising her own voice, demanding to be left alone by any who dared approach her, a wish that was fulfilled after she hurled an amber lamp at her housemaid. She preferred to spend her days lurking in the darker corners of her home, away from pitying eyes and fearful whispers. Her father was too distracted to notice the dismantling of his household staff, let alone discipline his only daughter against becoming as wild as a forest lion. "Please," she begged again, shaking. It worked. Silence ruled, the sudden absence of noise like plunging into an ice pool. Without the screams, Maebe heard rain pattering at the window, tapping over and over like the night was trying to be let in. She pushed the piled blankets aside, gulping in air as if it were water, and she a thirsty traveller in the endless deserts of Sandragas. Savouring the cool night, she wiped matted sweat-damp hair from her forehead, which tangled with the unbrushed locks of the day's braids left in. The touch reminded Maebe too much of her mother's fingers running through her auburn waves, gently easing out the knots and brushing her cheek. It set her off into loud sobs, hot tears leaving streaks down dirty cheeks. She was a little girl, lost in the ocean of her bed. The room around her reflected the wealth of her father's trade. Silk bedding, heavy drapes with detailed embroidery, dark furniture made from wood cut in the furthest parts of the world, finely cut crystals that provided light, heat, water, or unnecessary uses, like painting stars on her ceiling, or making untouchable birds fly around her as she played. A mirror showed her reflection spinning around, so never a crease was visible on her clothes. A box of jewellery she treated as toys, unaware that most of the city's inhabitants would trade their livelihoods for one piece. A necklace that would change the colour of her dress on command, a bracelet that looked like fire, her hair clip that looked like a miniature swan in flight as it flapped its wings when she span in circles. In the centre of all that luxury, she was a frightened child who feared to call out for the one person who all are distressed call for, their mothers. She crouched in silence, afraid of its lie of peace. A noise sounded, not a wail from the corridor, but a chime, a noise that had become foreign in recent weeks, the door ringer. A crystal that rang through the manor with its magical sing-song, letting all know a guest had arrived. It was the middle of the night, and the rain was now hammering at her window, to the rhythm of a war drum. Only a madman would be out on a night like this, she recalled her father saying once, as she had sat on his knee, and they watched a storm rage outside from the comfort of the leather chair in his dressing room. Madman, she croaked to herself, her throat hurting with speech after so much crying. Her curiosity was piqued, though. Who would be calling at this time of night? The doctors had stopped visiting weeks ago. A single toe made contact with the floor before an agonized shriek drowned out the raindrops and the door ringer. Maebe took refuge under her barricade of sheets once more, fast as the lightning that flashed outside. Only a few weeks ago she had been on the ocean, breathing in the crisp air of the sea and running free on a ship's deck, with the wind mussing her hair, salt from the waves staining her cheeks, and the wind that carried them further south, making them ruddy. Her family ship was the greatest trading vessel at Elpis port, her father's fleet the only one granted permission by the king to trade with the countries in the south. She hadn't wanted to go on that trip, but now she'd give anything to leave Spesseth Manor. Flee like the traitorous weak servants had. On the docks she had protested. Her father's strong arms had wrapped around her and dragged her aboard, whilst he whispered in a calm voice, "Learn your duty." She wished he would cover her with his arms now, comfort her with his steady words. She wailed in response to being carried on board. The noise paled against the sound that now haunted her. When they had arrived home from that long trip, she was bursting with a desire to tell her mother of the places she had seen. She hadn't been waiting on the docks, though. A messenger from the house relayed news of her pregnancy. It overjoyed her and brought tears to her father's eyes as he disembarked, clapping his hand to the shoulder of the man who brought the message. But only a few days later, her bedbound mother had bled herself barren, the little one lost. And then her mother started to scream. And scream. Maebe had dropped her guard to the next anguished howl. Her hands tightened their grip around her ears. Loose strands of damp hair wrapped around her fingers, and she shuddered despite the sorrow sweats which drenched the heavy bedding covering her. She loosened her grip for a moment to twist her hands up in front of her. "Stop it," she muttered to herself, stopping herself from whimpering a prayer. "Just shut up." There was no use in praying. A hard lesson for a child to learn, that prayers are chants which ease the soul, but hold no miracles of their own. She had prayed when the doctors first came. Human healers, skilled, educated, and paid in large quantities of crystal, took one look at her mother's pallid skin, shrinking frame and perpetual trembles, before shaking their head and leaving again. No human medicine achieved anything more than keeping her unconscious for a few hours, but any stronger dosage would risk her life. She had prayed again when the artificers came with their machines, believing their contained magics to be strong enough to help her. The use of raw magic was forbidden in Green. As the only country ruled by humans, it was law that magic was only to be used if it was accessible to both humans and witches. Magic contained in crystals, charged for specific uses, or in devices created to access the power in other practical ways. Charged up and sold by the Artificer Guild, ran by the Artificer Witches. The guild thrived alongside humans, building a trade from their power that benefited humans and the guild's wallets. The wealth of the Sumine family had allowed Maebe's father to summon the greatest artificers with their newest inventions. The most powerful amethyst crystals charged with all the healing capabilities Artificer Witches possessed, which turned out to be very little. Their talents lay in creation and invention. Those gifted with healing often left to join the Nature Guild on the other side of the world, where they resented containing their powers within crystals. Nothing the artificers and their tinkering did could stop the screaming. Weeks fell around her, turning into months. Eventually, she prayed to the goddess Macaria. Divine begging, her half-hearted mutters stolen as she ran past her mother's door, no longer willing to visit her. If no one could heal her, then let her be silent. Let her die. But even the conviction of an 8-year-old couldn't summon the goddess of miscarriage and merciful death to kill her mother. The door ringer sang out again. Maebe realized that no one would be there to answer it. Her father was downstairs in his office, but he had been so preoccupied, she wondered if he even knew it was night. She crushed her pillow over her head before pushing the blankets aside. Her vision would be blinkered in the light, but it left her with some sense of protection from her mother's screaming. Her bare toes stuck out of the sheets, and she slid to the floor from the height of her bed before padding across the room. Wooden flooring cooled her sweaty toes as the rugs itched and irritated. When she reached the door, she pressed her back up against the wall and braced herself. The cold wall pushed the damp nightgown up against her skin and covered her with goosebumps. Nervous fingers danced on a handle, not trusting the fleeting silence. Once the door was open, her barrier to the outside would weaken. With a steeled breath, Maebe flung the door open and dived into the corridor. The screams would come from the right, so she ran to the left. It was a longer route to the main door, but she couldn't pass by her mother's room, not in the dark. She tripped on a rug, painfully bending her toe, and crashed into a table, knocking something to the ground that smashed behind her. Light bloomed ahead. A weak crystal mounted to a perch on the wall, dim enough to see by in the night, but almost blinding for Maebe after being hidden in the dark. She thought she could knock the bottom of the sconce loose and pull the light free from it after it landed, but it was attached to the wall too firmly, the crystal itself out of her reach. She could free one hand by crushing the pillow against her ear using her shoulder, but even on her toes, fingers stretched as high as she could reach, it remained hopeless. In the dim glow, her eyes adjusted to the murky world around her, and she saw a heavy chair resting up against a deck just ahead. Maebe tiptoed her way over to it, still squeezing the pillow tight over her ears. She crushed it once more with her shoulder and wrapped a skinny arm around the velvet plush back of the chair. It was too heavy to lift up, but she tipped it over, resting the weight of it against her hip and dragging it back toward the light. She felt the bruise it would leave on her with each step. Her breath came faster, sweating with exertion, as the rug underneath her fought against her. By the time she propped it up against the wall under the light, sweat stung her eyes and drenched her nightshirt once more. Silence had blessed her so far, but as soon as the chair was down, she shuffled the pillow back into place over her head, wiping her sweat onto the silky fabric and stuffing it back into her ears. It was her shield. It was her saviour. It was a silken pillow reduced to little more than a sweat-drenched rag, but it was her helmet in this battle. She climbed up onto the chair, flinging her elbows wide for balance. The sconce started by her chest and rested above her head, with the crystal sitting at the top. She picked at it with one hand, trying to pry the blue glow free. The shining surface slipped between her fingers, and she quickly wiped them on her nightdress. Once more she tugged at the crystal. Then she noticed the clasp that held it in place. She would need to hook it with her finger and use her other hand to pull it out. Maebe awkwardly hunched both shoulders up, trying to balance the pillow on her head and pinning each side, but allowing her to reach up. She lost the firm pressure against her ears that told her she was safe, but her hands were free. They barely made it above her head before the pillow tilted like a festive cake sliding off a serving tray, like slipping in the saddle of a horse. A bright moment of panic that pricks every inch of the skin before instincts right the situation. Maebe teetered on her chair, quieting her heart, padding her ears, and looking hopelessly up. It had been quiet since she'd left her room. Even in that pretend safety, she knew better than to release herself from her pillow guardian, but she had no other choice. To reach the clasp and the light crystal, she would need to reach up with both arms. She breathed out heavily, summoning every bit of childish stubbornness to her surface. Her lip wobbled, but her eyes burned young, bright and fierce in the blue light. She tossed the pillow down, fast as a sparrow landing to feed, but expecting a garden cat to pounce. She unclipped the latch and felt the crystal in her slick fingers. A scream rang out then, spiralling down the hallway. It barreled her off the chair. Maebe sprawled to the ground, but as her senses returned, she balled up and tried to hide behind the chair, clawing at her ears and shaking. Her own whimpers filled her head, drowning out everything else, but she felt the pillow with her foot and snatched it back up. The night air had cooled the sweat-moist fabric, and it chilled her to hold it so tight. So different to the sticky wetness of new sweat, she trembled and sobbed, eyes squeezed shut. Maebe waited for it to stop, then waited a bit longer. She would never trust silence. It broke too easily. Silence offered peace, but wouldn't fight to defend it. When her fear subsided enough to crack her eyes open, she saw the blue glow of the crystal on the floor ahead. She scrambled to her feet, like the wood beneath her was smooth ice, sliding and stumbling. The crystal was snatched up in her grip, and Maebe vanished down the hallway, skipping steps as she headed down. With a light to guide her, it only took a few moments to reach the top of the grand staircase above the front entrance. The main door was open. She slid to a halt and held her breath, listening. Beneath came the voice of her father. Urgent whispers, responded to by a voice she couldn't identify, too muted and far away. Maebe peered over the ledge, placing the crystal on the ground by the door she had exited from. The entrance light below illuminated downstairs for her, but she wanted to remain hidden. Her father stood, his once tall, proud posture hunched from weeks of torment. Dark bags under his bright eyes and crumpled clothes. Not the bold knave arch of the Red Ship fleet, but a broken husband, a failing father. Next to him stood a witch, identified by the overlarge pointed hat, the brim of which was covering their face. Maebe leaned as far as she dared without giving herself away, without risking dropping the guardian around her head that she hadn't yet let go of. She saw vines of dark leaves flourished among the long, dark hair down the back of the robes of the visitor. A nature witch. A healer. Banned from Green for centuries, since the witch wars, unless they had agreed to contain their magics, but Maebe had never heard of any other witches except weak hedge witches and artificers. It was treason to let them into the country without documentation. If they were here to treat her mother, it would go against the very king who awarded her family the Red Seal contracts, their status, their wealth. Yet her father must have summoned them. Maebe pulled back and sat cross-legged on the floor. She wanted to cry, to smile. Yet she was numb. This hope went against everything she had been taught. There must be another explanation for the strange visitor. Her eyes stared out of the open door and grew unfocused. Her mind ran. Lightning flashed, illuminating the grand entrance. The huge oak doors, carved with flourishes, the bouquets of dying flowers in vases taller than her that ran along the length of the columns supporting the twin stairways that she sat atop. The heavy front door, one side still ajar, opened to the storm out in the night. A carriage waiting by the stone steps below, and on the top The driver, dressed in black, hat pulled low with a high collar, hidden in the night and revealed by the flash. Dark skin, dark eyes that stared right at her, seeing her soul and her fear, her loneliness. Only a flash, a heartbeat, but they had seen her. They had frightened her. She grabbed the crystal back up from the floor and bolted to her room, leaping across rugs and scrambling into her blanket world, protected from the screams, from the stare of a stranger. It had grown cold in her absence, but it warmed from her racing blood and heavy breaths. At some point she fell asleep, tiny hands covering her head. Maebe dreamed of eyes that never blinked, watching over her, but they didn't make her skin crawl. They were motherly. They watched as she curled up onto a dark stone floor. They cried. As tears fell, thunder roared, and when the dream storm passed, the eyes vanished. Insects crawled from the earth around her, tiny legs tickling her arms and her body as they covered her. But she didn't move. She watched the world turn black and wished those eyes had stayed. Maebe awoke to the morning light with sticky eyes. She saw the curtains cast aside and a figure blurred in front of them with the light that surrounded it. It was his smell that she recalled before her sleepy gaze adjusted to the sight of him. He smelled of old books, of the sea, fresh and ancient, mixed with the musk from the unwashed clothes he still wore. Her father. He sat on the bed and pulled her into his lap. "Good morning," he smiled. His voice hoarse, he looked tired, as if he hadn't slept last night at all. "Papa," she croaked, hugging close. She hadn't been this close to him in weeks, and she planned on never letting him go again. "I have some news," he started. She looked up at him. The witch. She had seen a nature witch last night, come to heal her mother. She tried to sit up, but he hugged her so tight she had to wiggle just to face him. Only then she saw his eyes were red and filled with tears. "It's Mama, little lady," and the tears fell on his wrinkled shirt. She's gone. In the night she left us. The gods finally saw sense and granted her peace." Maebe clutched her father tight. Her eyes welled and her throat burned with a lump so big she knew she would never cry enough to ease it. But her heart soared. Her mother was free. No more screams. The gods hadn't helped. She knew that, despite what her father said. No praying had saved or released her. But magic. One night with true power, and they had all been saved. Chapter 2. It had been a decade since Maebe had last prayed, yet the hypocritical thought floated and twisted at the top of her mind like a dead whale, a grotesque idea that she just kept poking at. "Gods, help me if I have to sit through one more meal with the Lady Certainly True of Seacrest." Her father's second wife was only 2 years older than Maebe, dark-haired, brown-eyed, and cursed with a frozen smile that Maebe once suggested lowered her intellect. She was dressed in her usual style, a high-collared lace dress. Today she'd chosen a peach colour, overly modest and old-fashioned. Maebe gazed around the dining room, searching for a distraction from the vacant smile that sat opposite her. The room was chill in the evenings because of the large glass doors at one end. The cold light above was coming from the flickering magic hanging from the ceiling in the form of a wide, shallow chandelier of polished crystals. She had only been back in the manor for 3 days, and already Maebe recalled that the large glass doors and blue lights were not the only reason her home felt so cold, even in the late radiance of spring. Sitting at the head of the table, her father with his steel-grey eyes glazed over in hollow thought, the same grey as Maebe's own eyes, he avoided conversations between his daughter and young wife. Certainly was a lady. Marrying into the Sumine family made her wealthier, but she lost her status. Maebe wondered if it was worth losing her title to be little more than the wife of an over-glorified merchant. But the Taroos were of little consequence, so she conceded that she would have done the same. Certainly's family owned a small estate across the Moonay Gulf. The area consigned to the Taroos covered a slither of land between the flat, fertile lands of the north and the barely inhabited mountainous west wing. Its largest town was little more than an oversized fishing village called Clest. Clest's most redeeming factor was its proximity to Clest, the centre point for all legal magics practiced in Green. The blasted mountains cupped the city, as one cups the face of a lover before kissing them, in possessive protection. Anyone wishing to visit had no choice but to arrive by sea. It would take less than half a day from Clest to reach Clest, the only thing of interest Maebe saw in the western wing. I only went to Clest a few times, Certainly said. The journey by sea makes me ever so sick. Certainly, your family owns a boat. You can't really expect me to believe that you've never been to the sea market, or to see the artificer guilds on display in the guild gallery. Certainly only shook her head slowly. Do you really have no desire to do anything, to see anything? An exasperated question. Maebe asked only because the little patience she had been storing away had already been spent. Of course I do things. Certainly's eyes betrayed a bit of offence at the remark Maebe had made, but her empty smile remained in place. Maebe questioned, asking a higher power for a reprieve once again. The thought crawled around her brain, whilst her eyes rolled so far back she could have sworn she'd seen the words dragging themselves across her skull. Every year I see the flowers in the garden bloom beautifully because of the hard work me and my sister put into caring for them. I see my mother smile when we spend time together cooking. I see my nephews run around excitedly when they come to stay at Clest House. I get to play with them and... Well, you live here now. We're your family, Maebe snapped, the words bitter as black coffee. She blew upwards, lifting a strand of auburn hair that had freed itself from her braid. It fluttered back onto her nose with irritating leisure. Did you pester Sarah to help you let cook again? Maebe let her fork clang against her plate. I didn't pester anybody. Certainly shook her head softly, eyes thoughtful, as if only realizing the head cook wouldn't tell her otherwise. You did though, didn't you? Maebe slumped back on her chair. I put off my food enough by seeing you at the table. I don't need to know you've touched... Maebe! Maebe jumped, then offered a grim smile to her father, who had decided to interrupt, his hand on the table, clenched in anger. Enough. No more of that behaviour for tonight. Finally deciding to join the conversation, father. Do I have to resort to insulting people at the dinner table to get you to speak up now? She hadn't spoken the words about certainly to hurt her, just to see how far she could push it before her father decided to interrupt. If you wish to converse, then speak like the woman you were raised to be, he remarked. How are preparations for the next southern tour, father? Maebe asked, a sudden change in subject and an amiable smile on her face. Her father's expression gentled, pleased that she had chosen to discuss the family contract. The Sumine 3 is currently in a sorry state. She's been careened and had some work done on minor refits before we set sail in 2 weeks, he mused. The Sumine 3 was the third rebuild of the family's personal ship, bestowed upon the Sumine family by some distant king generations ago. Which came first, the original family ship or the family name? Nobody alive knew. We'll be out before the start of summer this year and be back by midwinter. We're expecting an easy sail, with only pre-scheduled pickups for the rest of the year, he continued. As the holder of the Red Seal contract, her father was the Navarch of the Red Seal fleet, the only trading vessels with permission to trade for magical items outside of Green. In return for the contracts, a member of the Sumine family made a blood offering and collected the king's burden from Camulus. The independent deals her father would arrange in other cities en route would be collected by the 9 other Red Seal ships throughout the year. They'd be inspected at the capital before being dispersed around the country, usually to Clest. At most, he would be gone for 3 months. There were only 2 pure-blood Sumines left living, and so far, Maebe had never made the journey by herself. It was such a shame that you missed last year's trip. I actually wanted to surprise you, but your cabin was one of the refits, and the trip just isn't the same without my little girl finding exciting items for me to purchase. He gave his daughter a fond smile, crooked from the years of sorrow, but still eerily affectionate. Maebe was proud of her knowledge of the laws of her own country, and she was often immersed in books about the magic-ruled countries of the south. They only traded in the main, but witches from other countries travelled to that western coastline to make deal with the Red Seal merchants. She had spent years studying the laborious regulations and endless amendments so that she could benefit fully from the journeys south. Eventually, she would replace her father. Maebe spread a slow smile across her face as she replied, "Now, Father, you know I've spent the last week at the palace with Mouse. Well, you'll be glad to know we patched up after the little fallout. I even helped him plan his trip to Clest," she crooned. The smile on her face turned vulpine. "I said I'd accompany him. It just happens to fall before you leave, so I shan't even be able to say farewell to you. I'll be back long before you, though." "You're doing this again." Her father's voice turned leaden, as his face creased with vehement disappointment. She allowed herself a small laugh before he sighed through his nose. "If you get lonely, you could take Certainly to show her the burning sights of Nemain," she offered, an innocent smile pasted over her satisfaction. "I could make the journey if you really wanted it of me, but I don't have Sumine blood, so I don't think I'm really needed. It would only make me horribly queasy, and I'd be useless," Certainly chimed in with a note of panic. Maebe almost felt sorry for the girl. Certainly hadn't realised she was being used as bait to provoke an argument, and as a distraction from Maebe's announcement. "You mean more than usual," Maebe jeered. "Besides, we know, you already mentioned how seasick you get." How can anyone be so oblivious, she thought. Certainly's perpetual smile faltered, and she frowned into her barely touched plate of roast mutton and vegetables. "I've had enough of your acid tongue for tonight, May, and thankfully I managed enough food before you ruined yet another meal." Maebe's father tossed his napkin onto the table and touched a crystal to summon a servant into the room. "Thank you for helping in the kitchen, Certainly, but I wish you would find a hobby more befitting of this family. I shall see you both at dinner tomorrow night. I'll have to leave early," he growled. With that, he used his hands to wheel back from the table on his custom-made wheelchair, a gift from Prince Jaciel. It wasn't gifted out of kindness, but so he could continue working with relative ease. He stopped after a short distance to allow the summoned servant to push him towards the renovated chamber on the ground floor. Minutes of painful silence extended between the two women. Maebe helped herself to a dessert of strawberries, sprinkling a little extra sugar on top, and Certainly continued to push several chunks of carrot around her plate in shifting patterns. After she sighed into her meal wistfully for a third time, Maebe found her presence insufferable. "I'm finished with my meal as well," she announced, pushing away from the dark wood of the table and taking a long look around the room. Once, she had loved the light blue paint of the wood-panelled wall, the long cream drapes, and the pale fireplace. She had found the small dining room to be open and refreshing during the summer, then warm and cosy during winter. It was the room they reserved for intimate meals. The large dining room was for formal occasions, but had been shut off with many other rooms for years. Nothing had changed in the manor since her mother had died, but everything had lost its comfort. She glanced towards Certainly as the servant, returned from helping her father, opened the door. The hollow smile was finally gone, only to be replaced by a lost stare. That increasingly familiar expression annoyed Maebe, but it was the reason she had avoided teasing her quite so much in the last few weeks. "Good night, sir," she murmured. Certainly's head jerked upright with bright shining eyes. "Good night, mate. Perhaps tomorrow—" Maebe walked out of the door before Certainly could finish. "Oh, I should not have said that. My pity's not going to help her. Now she's just going to bother me in the morning." Chapter 3. The next morning, an expected knock sounded at Maebe's door. 3 rapid taps, followed by 1 solo thud. Then a flurry of motion as Certainly walked in before Maebe could respond. She looked up from her breakfast, sitting on a tray in front of her, while she still lounged in the silken sheets of her bed. The heavy curtains were pulled open to let the morning light brighten the dark teal walls and shine soft morning light onto the wooden floor. Certainly was fully dressed, but that wasn't unexpected either. Her dark brown hair was a simple style, pinned around her head, her lace dress, in palest blue today, decorated with a brooch of singing birds pinned above her left breast. "Sorry to bother you." Her voice was too bright for the early hour. "I was hoping today if I could accompany to the arteries. Sarah told me that you needed to collect some clothes. I could help you and well, it would help me get to know the city better." The ruffles of fabric at her throat bobbed along with her chirpy voice. You've lived in Elpis for nearly a year. I've been with you to the city on several occasions. Surely you know your way around the arteries by now. Maebe tried, and failed, to keep the distaste out of her voice. The arteries were a beautiful, rickety part of Elpis, full of the highest quality clothes, flowers, perfumes, and cosmetics, all found in tiny, wonky-looking shops of white paint and black wood. A few trees lined the streets, a rarity for inside the city walls. Around the edge of the arteries were the finest tea houses and restaurants. The area was mostly frequented by the wealthier residents, but since it was the only part of the city constructed entirely by humans, it was loved by almost all in Elpis. Certainly met Maebe's eyes for only a second, then lowered them to the dark wood floor. Sorry, I've only been on those few times, and that was when I first moved here. It's been months since I've been in the city proper, or off the grounds at all, really. Back when Maebe's father had made an effort to try and make his new wife feel at home, that chore had been gifted to his daughter. I forgot how to get around. Sorry. Even if I went, it wouldn't be so interesting because I don't know many people in this city, Certainly explained. You know, if you went more often, you would know more people. Then you'd have more reason to go. Maebe took a sip of tea, then winced at the scalding heat. She had needed to do something to still her tongue. An overwhelming desire to shake the woman out of her self-pity flared inside. Instead, she took a bite of fruit to cool off the burning in her mouth. Sorry. Stop apologizing. No one can take you seriously if you apologize for speaking your mind. Think about how you want to word things more if you're so concerned with being mistaken. She skewered another piece of pale fruit, the juice squirting out onto the dusky pink sheets of her bed. She felt her temple throb. Everything just went wrong in Certainly's presence. The look Maebe shot her silenced her mid-word. Maebe grumpily bit into the piece of fruit that had offended her, then sipped her tea again, slowly this time. When she looked up again, she found Certainly still waiting at the end of the bed, her hand atop one of the large wooden posts. Vacant smile, and something sad in her eyes, waiting for permission. Maebe swallowed, then took a deep breath to prepare herself for the goodwill she was sure she would regret. I leave in an hour. Meet me at the main door, she sighed. I was planning on riding, but asked Jorgen to prepare the carriage for us on your way out. Then have Elsie sent to my room. And stop waiting for instructions, like a servant. You were raised a lady, weren't you? A rhetorical question. Certainly opened her mouth to apologize again, but before she spoke, she snapped it shut with a way that put Maebe in the image of a surprised fish. Certainly hurried out the room with a sharp nod, before Maebe decided to hurl her fork at her. Chapter 4. The day was going exactly as Maebe had imagined. Certainly trailed around after her, while she selected material from skilled clothiers to make several new outfits, with assurances that they would be tailored and delivered to the manor before she departed for Clest. Maebe selected a blue cloak, dark as shadows in the night, embroidered with tiny silver depictions of stars for Certainly, at an opulent shop run by a team of tiny, elderly women with kindly faces wreathed in wrinkles. All crooked in their spines from years of sewing, they resembled walking F-clefs. Certainly voiced many timid complaints about the dark fabric, making her look too pale, all ignored by Maebe, who was requesting her own new cloak of forest green with dainty gold vines around the hood. A handful of citrine crystal shards changed hands, and the owner, the smallest of the matrons, who wheezed out promises they would be delivered with Maebe's other purchases of practical trousers for riding within 2 days. I've never worn trousers in all my life, not even to ride, Certainly commented as they left. It's difficult to ride a horse at flat-out gallop when you're confined to skirts and a side saddle, Maebe haughtily responded. I do wish I could ride. It does sound exhilarating, Certainly said as she peered down each direction of the twisted street with no idea of where they were. Did you ever practice as a child? Maebe flung the question at her as she jabbed in the air in the direction they were going next. No, not beyond the basics. Trotting is so bouncy and it's too uncomfortable. And horses have really hard bites, so I try to avoid them. Big beasts that they are. She beamed up at Maebe, waiting for an agreement that would never come. If you never practice, then you won't be able to do it. And yes, horses are big and powerful. They're also wonderfully intelligent, and nothing feels as satisfying as training one to do as you wish. Maebe regularly vanished to the stables to take out her beautiful bay. It was the easiest way to avoid her father's moods, and certainly his presence. They continued through the close streets of the arteries, making no more than passing comments on the various shop fronts that rested against the tall, twisted trees growing from uneven cobblestones, broken with gnarled roots of trees as old washerwoman's skin is with the twists of veins underneath. Black and white buildings made the bright outfits of the city's inhabitants bloom like splotches of a child's painting over a finely penned letter. The arteries made up only a tiny fragment of the canted city, but from where they walked they could see the palace looming on a cliff edge ahead of them. Beneath the cliff, the docks of Elpis reached out to Mooney Gulf. Elpis was a hastily built city. The relocation of the capital and crown came immediately after the Witch Wars. It allowed the first human rulers to prioritize guarding from the infestation seeping in from the Blight Swamp, the byproduct of magic abuse. Aside from the mortal-made buildings of the arteries, the rest of the city was stacked high into the steep hills and cliffsides, using artificer magic and their magical construction. Towering buildings leaned in on each other in places, stacked like pots and pans in a bustling kitchen. They were painted bright colours and covered in plants by the residents, in a perfunctory attempt to make the toppling shacks cosier. Huge crystals stuck out of some of the taller buildings from artificer witches who were employed by the crown to maintain the safety of Elpis. Ropes and sturdy poles balanced what didn't yet require the full attention of a magical brace. Behind the stacked slopes of the city, the palace perched on a cliff overhead, a beautiful crown on the city's chaotic face. "Why are you going all the way to Clest?" Certainly asked, in an authentic attempt at starting a meaningful conversation. "I thought Sumines had to go south." "I said I'd accompany Mouse. It seemed like the right thing to do after... And I haven't been in years." Maebe cut herself off. She smiled at the thought of seeing her friends across the gulf again. Charis had moved her wagon a few months ago, and Maebe hadn't seen her since. "Prince Mouse does seem nice," Certainly chirped. "He gave me a tour of the palace after I lost you when I first arrived." Maebe remembered deliberately leaving Certainly outside a room she claimed was a washroom, when actually she left through another door to find Princess Morgana. She had been shocked to discover Mouse happily accompanying Certainly hours after Maebe abandoned her. "I'm glad you can still be friends with him. I'd be a wreck if I'd spoken out like you did." She bobbed her head to the side in a bird-like motion and peered into Maebe's face as they walked side by side. The glare Maebe offered had Certainly wishing she hadn't tried to make conversation. Maebe inhaled deeply, her mental voice composing itself into a calming whisper. "It's not her fault," it spoke. "She knows nothing about court manners and the topics of conversation to avoid." With a graceful wave of her hand, she directed Certainly to the final place she planned on visiting, leading her through a tiny black-painted door with annoyed silence. They had entered a cramped dress shop with an elegant sign of swirled white writing hanging from the second story. Maebe once spent enough time squinting at the decorative writing to work out that it said "Rose and Lilies." Inside, it only took Maebe a few minutes to select something she wanted for herself, but instead she handed the beautiful starlight grey dress, heavy with sophisticated beadwork of jasmine flowers, to Certainly. "I don't think it's very me, May." A little crease of worry lined her brow. "Just try it," Maebe exhaled, a dance of a cruel smile tiptoeing around her mouth. A few minutes later, and a mortified Certainly crept from behind the apricot curtain in the private dressing area. The dress Maebe had picked was the opposite of Certainly's modest tastes. Her prudent dresses, trimmed with clean lace and wide waist belts. It would have suited Maebe's height and slimmer figure beautifully. The colour would have allowed the streak of silver in her auburn hair to gleam. Certainly's homely face, short stature, and timid nature were at odds with such a commanding outfit. Her breasts were uncomfortably squeezed into the 2 straps of fabric that tied behind her neck and created a neckline to her navel. She kept her elbows pinned at her side as she used her hands to try and hold the dress together and remain proper, hide any bits of skin Maebe would have gladly flaunted. As modest as a feast hog tied with silver string, Maebe thought. Her 2-step of a smile exploded into a drunken jig of laughter, loud enough to cause the shopkeeper to frown at her. Rose, Maebe assumed from the decorative rose petals, stitched across the chest of her dress. Certainly fled behind the visual shield of the curtain, nearly tripping over the length of fabric. She hadn't said a word, but her face had flooded crimson. "Add 2 inches length and have 1 sent to Spesseth Manor," Maebe requested of Rose, counting out more crystal shards from a purse of silk leaves. Maebe was still giggling when they left the shop. "I apologise. I didn't realise it would be quite that, well, tight," she spluttered. Certainly's cheeks still flushed red, but at least she could speak now. "I did tell you it wouldn't suit me. It's far too you," she pouted. Maebe thought there might have been some real anger hidden behind the embarrassed flush. She didn't care, though. Her laughter had put her in a gracious mood. "As my way of apologising, I could show you the best tea house that Elpis has to offer," Maebe suggested. "Is this another trick, May?" Certainly frowned up at her guide. "No, I swear, once a day is enough," she giggled. She led Certainly down a tight, winding street. The ancient buildings wilted overhead, roofs on each side becoming intimate, heads leaning together to whispering gossip. Signs for other establishments swung in the late breeze. They squeezed past crowds decked out in cinched dresses and short, light cloaks, enjoying the warmer weather. Maebe pulled inside a short brick tunnel, only wide enough for 1 person at a time, and entered a small courtyard. The entrance to a large building loomed ahead, with paned glass doors lining one side of the ground floor. Serving staff, dressed all in black, welcomed customers inside. After a brief word with a waitress, they were led through to the back of the building into a larger courtyard. A small rose garden was in bloom atop a small flower bed, and it filled the seating area with colour and scents at the end of spring. Solanum and clematis blossoms clung to trellises, separating the garden into sections, giving each table a semblance of privacy. The sombre waitress pulled out 2 cast-iron chairs with a floral cushion on each, by a table large enough for 4. A spherical arrangement of pastel peonies bedecked the centre of the table. Maebe let Certainly take in the beauty of the small garden and the warped elegance of the wooden building. "What are you having?" "My treat." Maebe offered a saturnine smile. She was just going to have to put it on the bill for the manor. "Oh, well, I guess a pot of tea would be lovely," Certainly said without looking at the menu. "What kind of tea, Cert?" Maebe asked, her eyebrows raised. She took Certainly's hand and walked her towards a large oak dining table inside the rear doors of the tea house. An immense centrepiece of flowers from the garden was surrounded by upturned teacups. Each cup contained desiccant tea, rose, brimstone leaf, jasmine, harpies bloom, lavender, lover's root, starlight petal, mint needle, on and on around the table. Certainly picked up a few and sniffed them, but such choice seemed to overwhelm her. "Well?" Maebe asked, as an invitation for Certainly to request advice, or be surprising and make a decision. "Shall we share a pot of your favourite?" Certainly inquired, with ladylike deflection of assertiveness. "I know just what we need," Maebe beamed, and she found herself excited to show off one of her discoveries from the main. Moments later, screens were being set up around their table to black out the daylight. An opening appeared, and with it a waitress, who set on the table gently shimmering teacups. Then a dozen tiny dishes of different sweeteners, 2 miniature cakes iced with black and flecked with edible silver. Finally, a teapot. Clear glass. Its edges glimmered from an internal glow. Deep in the centre, a whole galaxy seemed to be swirling, a small twinkle starting from the middle. As it was set on the table, Maebe gestured for certainly to watch closely. She leaned in a little, eyes going wide as the swirling stars started to expand, spinning faster. Maebe lifted the lid to let the glittering steam rise around them, flowing with the movement of their breath in the air. It stained the black screen surrounding them with shining silver, which winked out as it dried. The teapot began glowing, a bright silver light that shone on their faces. All the black banished from the liquid inside. "It's brewed," Maebe said, slipping the lid back into place. "Try it on its own first, but if you want to make it sweeter, I suggest adding just a small amount of honey. That's my favourite." She tapped her teacup gently with a spoon, and the screens were rushed back into the building. "This is Nightland tea. It's grown by a group of moon-loving witches near Lempo. You have to harvest it during a full moon to get such a strong light to emit from it. When it completely glows, you know it's ready to drink. I brought it back 2 years ago, and this place has always bought all of our supplies." She showered certainly with her most satisfied smile. The last time she had travelled to Lempo, she spent the majority of her time flirting with a human adventurer. He was charming and handsome, and she enjoyed that her father was furious she was dallying with strangers, rather than learning about pelts belonging to the creatures of Artio Forest. The skins of woodland creatures seemed a cruel investment of time, against the soft, inviting lips and complimenting tongue of her first beau, until the dashing stranger took her to a small, witch-owned inn and showed her the Nightland tea. He had explained its growing and gathering in great detail, after Maebe probed him over their shared pot. He got annoyed at her distraction, how her eyes hungrily roamed over his body, then shifted to the teapot. His near-successful attempts to seduce her ended, and she decided against spending the last few days in Lempo, chasing after him, and chased after business contacts instead. She asked the innkeeper for details of who supplied the tea, and requested her father buy it all from them. She never discovered if what the adventurer said was the truth behind how it was harvested, but it sounded mystical enough to be alluring. A giggle from behind jerked Maebe from reminiscing and set her scowling. The sound pierced through her enjoyment like a banshee being tickled. "Lady Neris," Maebe greeted, straining to make her voice accommodating. All 3 of the Starling sisters stood facing them, their sneers painted as delicate pouts. "It's always a pleasure to see the ladies of the palace deem the city worthy of their presence." "I was wondering who could afford a specialist tea. I had to investigate, but I should have known it was you. Everyone else of importance is preparing at the palace." Neris looked down at her nose at them and sent the warmth of anger through Maebe's blood. "I heard you were sulking around the palace again last week. I didn't see you, though. You can't keep the company of the true royal family, so you must have been hiding away with Mouse again." The middle starling, Villia, joined in, praised by the titters of her sisters. "I was invited to the palace, and if I were you, I'd watch your mouth. Prince Morsalus is of royal family. He was formally recognised by his father," Maebe fired before she could cool her temper back down. "Mouse is a bastard. He can wear the colours and represent his betters in an official capacity, but he has no real power, no chance to rule. He will be nothing but a bastard for as long as he lives. I guess that does make you wonderfully equal, though. You really should set that wedding date," Neris snickered. "He sees himself as a prince, with no power, and you see yourself as a lady, without the title." Maebe dug her nails into her palm, but held on to determine calm, refusing to let Neris see she could succeed in provoking her. "Speaking of which, Lady Certainly, a pleasure to see you." She inclined her head slightly. Certainly hadn't got it in her to see the insult that Neris was offering them. "Simple fool," Maebe thought, as Certainly beamed a gracious smile onto their unwanted guest. "She's not even a lady anymore." "Lady Neris, was it? I'm ever so pleased to meet you." Certainly offered her best seated curtsy, since Maebe had grabbed her wrist under the table to stop her from standing. "You must be taking your daughter out for the day. It is so nice to treat the family to days out. Will you be joining us at the feast tonight?" Neris cooed. Am I invited?" certainly asked with genuine interest. Oh, I think everybody of noble birth is invited to the welcome feast, Nerys offered sweetly. The smug expression, the way she stood tall and peered down at them, knowing precisely how to rile Maebe. Maebe needed to change the subject before she could be consumed by rage and give Nerys more to mock her with. Is this the feast for the Northernlander emissaries? I guess they will be planning to auction off some of the Greenian ladies to make lasting bonds with our new allies. I can see you all wrapped in fur, living in a nice hut. I do hope you're lucky enough to be honoured so. You spend so much time in the south, Maebe, in the company of sailors and witches. It's obvious you know nothing about the Northernlanders. Her face leered down at Maebe, a smile without joy, so different to Certainly's, which was pasted over emptiness. Nerys's was filled with self-satisfaction. Oh, you've been over the wall, then. Care to educate me on all you've learned? Maebe imitated her best court smile. Villiers stepped forward. I happened to be standing next to Princess Morgana when we welcomed them to court. You should have seen... Shouldn't you be attending your princess right now? I heard the feast would be huge in honour of such a visit. I do hope Morgana didn't tire of your gossip, Maebe cut in. All three of the starlings wore a mirrored expression of offence that someone dared to interrupt just one of them. Maebe had guessed right, though. Princess Morgana excelled at the duties left to her by the deceased queen, but she loathed the tattle in her court ladies, and was known for sending them out on pointless errands when they annoyed her. The youngest starling, Nemen, flinched at Maebe's words, so Maebe knew her stab in the dark hit flesh. I heard the feast was why you had been asked to leave the palace. Outstay your welcome, did you? Even Mouse isn't allowed to sit in during the first night. They only want to give our honoured guests the finest of welcomes. Seating bastards and common merchants at a royal feast wouldn't set the best example, would it? Nerys scoffed at Maebe. Common merchants. Common! My family is wealthy enough to buy your family's whole estate and burn it to the ground. Hide behind your name. Maebe ground her teeth as her mind raged, but she wouldn't have dared say the words out loud. Her sisters, Nemen and Villiers, whispered to each other behind their eldest sister's back, all of them in light cloaks, veiled under shades of spring greens and pink, wide cream belts, a fashion loved by the ladies of green, imprinted with patterns. The flowers threaded into their hair and flowing skirts gave the perfect image of 3 spring fairies. Their jeering, too sharp faces broke that illusion and revealed them to be the snakes that they were. Have a wonderful time at the banquet, Nerys, Maebe bristled. I hope you choke on your wine, she thought. Oh no, you have a wonderful day out with your mother. Maybe she can instruct you on how to refer to a lady, since you obviously didn't finish learning your lessons after your previous mother died. It's Lady Nerys. She strode off back to the building, Nemen and Villiers chortling behind her. Maebe looked towards the faintly glowing teapot, then poured herself a cup. Fury rippled beneath her skin, threatening to unleash itself on anyone. She stirred the honey in slowly, each movement a deliberate attempt to calm down, inhaling through her nose, exhaling slowly through her mouth as she had been taught. The insult to her mother was unforgivable, even by starling standards. Finally, Maebe relaxed back into her chair. She took a deep breath, commiserating that her drink had already cooled so much. But she took it into her hands and prepared to drink deep from the taste of summer nights, of clear moonlight. Do you think I can go to that feast tonight? I know I'm not technically a lady anymore, but it would be nice to meet some more people, like you said. Then I can go out with them, and it wouldn't make you feel so forced to take me out with you. Certainly smiled at her, that foolish, innocent smile. You naive idiot, Maebe growled as she stood, teacup clattering against its saucer. She stalked from the tea-house, leaving behind Lady Certainly Terrell with the rest of her Nightland tea. Chapter 5. The office was too dark. The scant light that battled its way in through the small windows had to struggle through wooden blinds, only to be absorbed by the darkness of the furniture. 2 of the walls were occupied with heavy bookcases, glutted with neatly organised ledgers. a large portion of which were the regulations and oft-issued amendments on magical items that could be transported via the Red Seal ships. There was a collection of magical items behind a glass panel, including a selection of uncharged and charged crystals. Some had been kept in their natural state, and others had been carved into pristine shapes. Everything had detailed note tags describing what they were used for, or some law they bypassed and why. Most were only small trinkets: opalescent scales from an adolescent mermaid, a smooth warming crystal, an iron wand with a chunk of raw green crystal stuck on one end. Maebe noticed her daggers trapped behind the glass, reduced to beautiful ornaments. On a huge table in the centre of the room sat a grand navy blue globe. Etchings of the constellations glowed with the light of the crystal inside it. The penumbra left moving patterns illuminated on the ceiling. Maebe had fond memories of the office as a child. "What colour crystal can hold the least amount of power?" her father would ask from over the desk, without raising his head. "Red," Maebe would chirp back. And then she would continue, knowing he would look up from his work to give her a beaming smile. "They can only release power for up to a few hours. Purple is the strongest for regular people. The royal family can use an era crystal. They have no colour. Only with permission from the king, too." She would gaze up at her father's proud face over a book so big that she had opened it on the floor, laying on her stomach to read. After her mother's death, the memories felt colder, like someone had let a draft blow through her mind. Maebe would sit in her father's chair at the oversized desk, and he would pace behind her, drilling her with instructions or questions. "Give me word for word the first agreement in the Crystal Charter," he would demand. "The main point behind the Crystal Charter is the simplest. All magic generated in green must be accessible to both magic creators and non-magic creators," she would reply in a monotone voice. "Give a practical example." "Say, a witch is in a library and they wanted a book from across the room. They couldn't just float the book over to them using their own powers. They would have to charge a crystal, then use the crystal to float the book over to them, using their own powers contained within the crystal. This means, should a human sit next to them, they could pick up that same crystal and float a book towards themselves too. Despite humans not being able to generate magic. Obviously, the human should have manners and at least ask to use the crystal." She grinned at her own observation, but quickly focused once she realized her father ignored it. "What is the importance of this rule?" he would barrel on. "That magic is spread equally." "Partly, but what is the main reason?" "To give humans access to magic. To keep humans safe, maybe. The kingdom was quite literally torn apart by horrific wars generations ago, and the Charter was created to keep humans safe. Using a crystal channels power in a safe way, not affected by emotion. It makes it clear to tell if the magic has been corrupted or used for malicious purposes. And witches benefit from trading their most basic forms of magic. It makes it available to those with weak powers and humans." He would sigh and let his hand squeeze her shoulder. "Let's review the limits on potions and why they are different to crystals." Maebe stopped studying with her father after his accident. She hadn't visited the office in weeks, but was unsurprised to see that nothing had changed. Her father spent most of his time hiding in this room, but it was as stagnant as the rest of the manor. Clean, organized, and arranged meticulously for its purpose, but unchanging. A perfect representation of her future. Her father's eyebrow was twitching as he sat in the padded chair. She met his leer across the wide rift of mahogany that spread between them. He wanted to treat Maebe as though she were a disobedient sailor or a dishonest trader. Sitting across from him in his office altered their usual routine of dinner-time bickering. He was a serious navarch, facing an issue, not her loving father. "You left her." He exhaled noisily through his nose whiskers and turned a dark stare towards Maebe, hands steepled in front of his chest. "Yes, I left her. It wasn't like I left her in one of the swamps to be devoured by a thryer. I left her in a tea house in the upper side of the city." She held his glare, simmering her irritation at how ridiculous this conversation would be.
She isn't used to city life. She panicked and didn't know what to do because you left her. You knew she didn't know her way around the city. Well, she should know her way around by now. She's lived in Elpis long enough. This isn't about her. Maebe's father shouted the words at her. It was an effort not to shrink into the chair. She had seen his temper in the past, but rarely directed at her. Maebe lowered her eyes to the desk, making a conscious effort to keep her chin up, her expression blank. This is about you. You're too old to be acting like a spoiled child. I am not acting like a spoiled child, she yelled back, hating that every word would reinforce his opinion. Yes, you are. Gods beyond, it's probably my fault. A single withered hand rubbed his eyes, and his voice lost its angry edge. When did he get so old? I don't know how to raise a daughter. I gave you everything you wanted. I never denied you a thing. Fine horses, clothes, crystals. Weapons training, May? When will you ever need that? I have no idea, just because Prince Mouse was doing it, he scoffed. Maebe bit back a retort that when she had requested to attend training with the princess and princes at the palace, he had thought it a good idea. She had stood at the office door in a new summer dress, shoeless feet firmly planted, hands balled up, and demanded it, expecting him to say no. Anyone who shares a border with the Blight should know how to hold a blade, he had once chuckled over some paperwork, then shooed her along. I taught you everything I can about our family's work, and more than that, I taught you how to be good at it. Yet you do not respect our position. His shaky hands rubbed through his greying hair. I do, Father. All we have to do is make a yearly boat ride. All we have to do, May. This is the second year you have abandoned your duty. I allowed you a respite last year, and it cost me. I did not think you would play your silly games this year. Not after you offended the king so, he barked. Maebe chose not to answer. She refused to be lured into an argument about marriage again, hoping he wouldn't take the heat in her face as anything else but anger. We owe everything to the crown, everything. You're getting too old to behave the way you are. You need to continue the Sumine line. We're the only two, you and I. He looked at her with a glint of apology in his eyes. I can't do this forever. I don't know how much longer I can keep you. He cut himself off, breathing deeply. The king expects an heir. In marrying, certainly, it bought us, you, time, but I cannot provide one. He unwittingly glanced to his legs. You need to find a husband. What happened between you and Prince Mouse, May? You two were so close. She knew he was trying to appeal to her, and it could have worked, but this was a conversation she couldn't endure yet. Not when she hadn't quite mended the bond between her and Mouse. Don't, Papa. I'm not willing to marry someone just because it's what everyone expects of me. And don't tell me you marrying that wallflower had anything to do with me. You didn't even tell me you were thinking of taking another wife, and then you come home with her. Maebe's voice was rising as she spoke, despite the quivering of her lower jaw. I thought she might be a good influence on you, May. I thought you might like a human female companion, not one of those witches or a heartless royal courtier. Maebe was failing to see any reason strong enough for her to grasp onto. Her father was just stuttering at half-truths. I thought she would help to liven the house a bit more, not drive you out of it. Maybe I thought it would. The fact you can say any of that shows just how little you thought about anything. It should have been Mama here. Her voice was quiet. Hot tears lined her eyes. They rarely talked about her mother. She was at the centre of the void between them. It should have been, he whispered back, turning callous in a blink. If it was your mother sitting here, what would you be doing? His gaze became cold, distant, and when he spoke, it was as if this was a drill of her knowledge, not the most intimate pain they both shared. What do you mean? She's not and she never will be, Maebe asked, dazed by his sudden change of demeanour. If it had been me who died, not your mother, what would you be doing?" He questioned her in icy tones. Maebe shook her head, the movement freeing the heavy tears down her cheeks. "You would be the one preparing to head south right now. You would have been the one making the trip once a year since you were 9 years old. Your mother married into the Sumines, so she couldn't have gone in your stead. Do you ever think about that?" Maebe didn't even consider replying. "She loved you so much. But do you think she would have talked the king out of forcing you into a marriage as soon as you had become a woman? Do you think she would have been able to protect you like I have?" "Papa, let me finish. I have spoiled you, May," he snarled, "in that I have shielded you from our contract as much as I can because I cannot bear to see you shoulder it alone for so long. In doing so, you don't know how to be daunted by this." It was all too much to absorb. He would sometimes ramble on about how he was scared of her taking on the responsibility by herself, but he'd never flaunted her mother's death to prove a point. "What are you on about?" Maebe demanded. "So I've got to make a boat trip once a year. I just want to pursue other things whilst I have a chance. I can still respect the family tradition." "It is not a tradition." His hands slammed into the desk. "What have I just said?" "This is everything. I should have never let you skip out going south the first time. You should be learning as much as you can whilst I'm still here," he roared. "You'd have to lock me in the cabin." Maebe let her voice slowly drip the words like poison, trying to hide the fact she was losing grip on her breathing. Tears dried on her cheek. "Don't tempt me!" he bellowed. He lowered his face into his hands and pushed the loosened strands of his hair back before speaking in a lower voice again. "Keep your attitude to yourself and treat Certainly with respect. Do not leave her unattended in the city again. If the Starling sisters hadn't noticed her, then who knows what she would have done. It's not my responsibility to babysit your incompetent wife just because you rediscovered you have no use for one. At least I try to make a conversation with her." She looked him up and down, distaste a heavy mask. "And as for Neris spent the afternoon insulting Mother to my face." "Just get out, Maebe," he ordered. Quiet. He expected to be obeyed. His face had settled into a seemingly unbreakable stony fixture. He had loved her mother fiercely, and Maebe knew she was all that was left of that love. It was the reason she had so much freedom and could demand so much from her father, even if he silently disapproved. She didn't obey. She wanted to test the boundaries of his affection after the threat he made. "Get out." He was physically shaking with rage, but managed to keep his voice low. It only made the mask more intimidating. Maebe stood, slowly, never taking her eyes from him. She turned to walk across the room with a fake calm. Opening the sturdy wooden door, she turned to make eye contact one last time as she stepped back across the threshold. Placing both hands on the edge of the door, she slammed it shut as hard as she could, sending a resounding sound through the manor. Chapter 6. The days following the argument were a familiar routine. Maebe avoided her father by not attending the evening meal. She woke late in the morning so she could eat breakfast alone in the small dining room. The rest of her meals were taken in the garden library after a ride to the coast. The manor had many rooms, most sealed off and unused since the Sumine family had been reduced to 2 members. Despite the huge manor house, none of the rooms were big enough to contain the full collection of books from generations of Sumine merchants. Spesseth Manor boasted 2 recreational libraries and the office library. The garden library, her mother's favourite room, was where Maebe went to hide. Large windows faced into a garden with a scroll-covered desk resting underneath the dappled light creeping through the trees. A small door in the corner gave her access to read amongst the plants on a fine day. It granted as much peace as she could ever find in a house filled with servants, her father, and certainly, but was presented poorly when compared to the vast and orderly office library. Dust-covered books sat in piles on the floor, scattered scrolls half unrolled, tumbling from the shelves. Yet Maebe felt more comfortable sat amidst the clutter, knowing that her mother once did the same. The many aisles hid reading nooks of pillowed armchairs and blankets. When Maebe became immersed in a new story, or discovered a journal detailing a faraway city she wished to visit, she didn't need to wander far to fall into a comfy seat. Everything was half sheltered by some clutter, making remaining unseen an easy task. She devoured several texts about the libraries of Sandragas, before researching Clest and fantasizing about the crystal-cooked food sold at the markets. Clest was home to the Artificer Guild, allowing even the poorest families to have access to crystal devices. Artificers were the only witches with a reason to willingly stay in Green after the Witch Wars. They mined in the mountains on the western wing, surrounding Clest long before the charter was drawn up. It provided the valuable crystals for their work and fueled the country's demand for magic. 2 days before she was to leave for Clest, Maebe received the note she feared would arrive from her father. It had been delivered to the garden library while she had been out on Thoran, her horse, propped up against her lunch on a small table by the entrance. She stared at it, mentally composing, behind a steady face, the wounds she could inflict on him for dragging her along against her will. She picked it up, bracing herself for the trip back to his office, which would result in another quarrel. He hadn't sealed it. "I'm not foolish enough to think that you will cancel your plans to visit Clest at this late stage. I would never lock you in the cabin, and I apologize for saying so. Since I haven't seen you for dinner in 4 days, I'm assuming it's because you took my words to heart. When I return, we shall be having a long discussion about your role as a Sumine. I fully expect you to partake in the work you will inherit, not just whenever you feel like it, which has been the case for near over a year. For your sake, starting this summer, you will be assisting me with the audits from the Red Seal ships, reporting on borderlines, salaries, outgoings, logistics, and inspections at the harbour. Next year, you will make the trip. No discussion. That is only the start. Father." Maebe sneered as she burnt the note on a nearby candle and neatly swept the ashes from the beaten table into her palm. She would have extra duties this summer, all the work she considered tedious, but she was free to go to Clest. The ashen remains drifted on a spring breeze out of the window. She felt victorious. The morning of her departure arrived, and Maebe left the house before dawn. She planned to make herself known at the Sumine 3 to inquire about the upcoming journey, knowing word would get back to her father. A visit to Captain Hill would be as much of an apology as she was willing to offer. After, Maebe was meeting Mouse aboard a stately vessel owned by the Crown, called the Emoto. Her bags had already been sent to her cabin, so she rowed the carriage down the long drive of the estate. A gardener was beginning his daily work by trimming one of the many columnar trees lining the path. The sound of gravel shifting underneath the carriage was the only sound that echoed across the misty grounds as she disappeared through the large, ornate iron gates. Purple clouds stained the vivid red dawn sky. Chapter 7. Skirt swishing, Maebe weaved through the docks, passing fishermen carrying their loads, busy sailors stumbling around after a night ashore, and sweat-soaked errand boys running messages. She stopped to admire an unblemished war galley called Lady Juno, a rare sight in the capital. Its brass ram glinted in the sun, matching the highly polished cannons next to the rows upon rows of oars on the magnificent craft. The Thriae that infested the swamps and the lands beyond couldn't travel over large bodies of open water with their brittle insect wings, but the king ordered war galleys to monitor the open waters where crystal ward towers couldn't be raised, under the guise of watching for the bugs. It was well known that the pristine ships were a show of human power to the war witch territories across the sea. An unbloodied sword is still a sharp deterrent. The Emoto, the king's personal ship, came into view through the crowd, and Maebe hurried over. The beautiful vessel, impeccably maintained by its captain, was large enough to house over 100 people aboard, but used exclusively for royal business. It had a selection of private cabins lavishly fitted out for comfort and leisure. The ship's boy directed her to her cabin, informing her that there would be a short wait until everybody had arrived. Inside Maebe's room lay a small bunk with vibrant brocaded bedding and a soft rug. 3 paned windows granted her a view of Royal Isle erupting on the horizon. The desk was nailed down and the counter lifted to hold loose items through choppy waters. Her cabin aboard Sumine 3 offered privacy, but failed to compete with the simple, elegant space of the king's own ship. A closet on her own ship, or a royal suite to herself, it was not a decision she'd regret. The benefit of travelling on a vessel designed for pleasure rather than trade, she huffed to herself. The Emoto was large and sturdy enough to be an ocean-faring vessel. Accompanied by Lady Juno, Maebe doubted there would be anywhere in Orbice they could not travel, wasted by being used to cross back and forth over the Monet Gulf. She spilled out the contents of her overnight bag to set out about the room, smirking when she found the 2 daggers filched from her father's office and stashed away within her clothes. The obsidian blades writhed like a snake, with different patterns etched into the crossguard and matching chunks of purple crystal jutting out of the top. She didn't know why she took them. They were hers. They were trapped behind his glass display, but they had been gifted to her. The crystals on the end had been enchanted so the blades would never slip from her hand. She could drop them and throw them, but never lose her grip or be unwillingly disarmed. She could even summon them into her palms over short distances. Her father saw them as fanciful toys she only used with her self-defense tutor that he had paid to teach her, before certainly arrived. The rest of the trunk was emptied and safely strapped to the end of the bed. Maebe glanced about her new home for the night, and with a satisfied smirk, she headed outside to watch the ship cast off. She leaned over the rail to watch the sailors at work. Their confident, half-worded grunts of direction, only those with confidence in their work and colleagues give. A foreign language to those on the outside. She hauled aboard the last few crates of magical supplies, items that had been brought back by the Red Seal fleet during last year's runs, but considered borderline items, questionable goods from the witch-ruled countries that needed inspection by loyal palace witches before being sent on for trade. Maebe could have watched the sailors go about their duties all morning, breathing in the salty air, soothed by the sound of distant seabirds and lapping water, captivated by the freedom her summer now offered. Lost in thought, she felt a warm presence lean against the railing alongside her. "And what, pray tell, took you so long to find me? I've been loitering up here for ages," Maebe inquired. Her lips tugged up into a smile as she spoke, but her gaze still settled on the water. "Where's my hello, you ill-mannered Sorna? If I knew you were going to be so rude to me, I wouldn't have let you sweet-talk me into bringing you along," a soft, deep voice replied. She turned to him, his grinning face a welcome balm after being stuck in a suffocating house for a week. Mouse was dressed in one of his formal outfits, vibrant in its hideousness. His peacock blue jacket was the royal family's colour, with his house sigil, the green wings, embroidered in gold on his chest. The bright red sleeves from his elbow and the patch of red along his lapel marked him as a bastard, as much as the blue marked him as royalty. "Hello, Mouse. You look positively sovereign this morning. Planning on giving me lots of orders?" She sprinkled sarcasm over her voice, like sugar on a sweet bun. He raised an eyebrow and looked her up and down. "The gods themselves couldn't order you to do something. You've always been stubborn as a stone wall." "Tosser," she shot back. "Forgive me, my lady," he mocked. "Let's start again, shall we?" He swept into an exaggerated bow. "It is with the utmost delight that I get to escort you all the way across the treacherous gulf. But fear not, for my daring, my wit, and my bravery will see you arrive safely." You might still be as rude as a commoner, but it is nice to see you haven't lost your modesty since being allowed to officially wear gaudy blue, Maebe said, poking at his sleeve. Oh, I've always been too handsome to be modest, even before King Papa acknowledged me, Mouse grinned, unaware that Maebe's answering laugh hid her agreement. Mouse's eyes were the same colour as the rest of the royal family, hazel with flecks of gold, which were now twinkling with mischief. Those eyes were the reason he could not have been denied his bloodline. True-blood Ellars were shorter and stouter than Mouse, with no sense of humour, their hair the colour of toasted chestnuts. Yet Mouse grew thick rosy brown waves, pastel hues of a sunrise trapped inside. That was the only difference. His face and tenacity was that of the king. He leaned back against the railing, one arm brushed gently against Maebe's, before he shifted away with the barest of motions and straightened up. I guess he's still a little uncomfortable around me then, Maebe thought with a wince. I have quite a few tasks to do in Clest. Are you sure you won't be bored without me entertaining you? Mouse asked. I have stuff to do in Clest too, Maebe exclaimed. Really? Aside from eating? His eyebrow rose again. Here I was, thinking I was a convenient excuse to avoid going to Sumine with your father. Harsh, she replied with a pout, and slumped over the railing. But true, it seems, Mouse scowled to himself. Well, you can pay your way on this trip. I have a list of people to see, and one of them is Ahalor. Ahalor was one of the 7 wizards, leader of the Artificer Guild, and on the Council of Clest. A powerful figure who was not well disposed towards the king or his family. So, you need me to hold your hand while you talk to the big bad wizard? She simpered with amusement at him. Mouse had never been comfortable around flagrant magic use. A side effect of never seeing a witch use their natural abilities is that people feared them to do so. That the doing of something innocent and instinctual to a witch would cause humans themselves harm, like brushing one's hair, resulting in a dagger in the back of a bystander. Humans in green clung to their laws and restrictions, like a shield against magic, as foolish as shunning the sun for providing light all day, but requiring it to sign an agreement only to shine when it was beneficial to humans. Harsh, he imitated her tone and her face from before, then laughed at Maebe's budding glower. No, your being there gives me confidence. You know all about his magical studies. I don't read papers on artificer creations, he scoffed. I do have a little something to win him to my side, though. He patted his pocket with a grin. So you want me to amaze him with my interest in magical literature, and you'll give him a present, and that will solve all of the problems between the palace and the council. How? Maebe joked. Mouse sighed and gave her a look that meant, be serious for a minute. I'm just suggesting politely that it might be in your best interest to do something that's seen as beneficial to the crown, since you've shirked off your duty twice now. He pretended to cower from the light blow that Maebe usually gave him when he tried to annoy her. Instead, she leaned on the rail with a stooped back and looked out at the ocean with hollow eyes. I don't want to go, she muttered. Why? You used to love going to Sumine, he said. That was before Papa broke his back. Before he got really serious about everything being correct, she sighed. Oh, come on, May. Your father is much nicer than mine, Mouse laughed. A smile of knowing twitched Maebe's lips at how strict the king had been to his bastard son. You know he's just worried about you. The man had a serious accident. He lost the use of his legs and saw it as, what if I had died instead? Now he's having a bit of crisis about leaving you alone with contracts that could affect everyone in green. You can't blame him for wanting you to be successful when he's not there to help you. You know there are 2 volumes on which herbs can be brought into green for the purpose of cooking with. 2! I could affect everyone in green by not importing the right seasoning for their lunches one year, she replied, rolling her eyes. Oh, come on, you do more than that. Mouse leaned forward to look her in the eye and smirked. And I know you have both volumes of spice lore memorized, do you not? I do, she smiled. She knew she was more than capable of dealing with imports, which made her father's newfound sternness more infuriating. But How does that explain him marrying Certainly? She complained. Well, I heard that she asked him to marry her, didn't she? He grinned wickedly. She is a beauty, that one. I wouldn't have said no either. She should have asked me. Maebe made no reply. Her mind skittered through sarcasm, apologies, jokes, seriousness, like flicking through an emotional dictionary and stringing a sentence together from the feelings her mind pointed at random. He waited for her to speak, and when he realized silence was the response, he stood up straight. Look, May, your father worked hard to maintain your family's name. He did that for you to inherit, Mouse said, bringing on sounding regal. She tossed him a judgmental glance, but lost the will to argue. No point discussing the pressures of inheritance with a half-royal who has 3 full-blooded older siblings. Why have I upset the king, anyway? Maebe asked, flicking an auburn curl over one shoulder. I don't know the reason, but he asked me this morning if you were still planning on joining me. When I told him I hadn't heard otherwise, he seemed furious, Mouse explained. I think I know why he was furious. I had an argument with Papa about, well, coming here. He must have told the king he would have forced me to remain after we'd fallen out. I mean, he changed his mind, of course, but I really do have to go next year. I'll be the Navach of the vast seas of paperwork soon enough, Maebe moaned. Well, if I tell the king you were useful in assisting me, he might not chew your father out so much for letting you go, Mouse offered. Why would he blame Papa? He's the one going to fetch the king's bloody burden, Maebe retorted with heavy sarcasm. I don't know. I just know he seemed pissed. Be glad you weren't at the palace. I haven't seen him shout at you since we were kids, Mouse chuckled. But he actually might have this time. Oh, never again, Maebe shuddered. Mouse drooped onto the railing again, calloused fingers dangling above the sea far below. Maebe drank in every detail of his tanned skin, warm against the sparkling waters. She stopped herself before he turned to find her staring. Let's avoid talking about fathers whilst we're supposed to be enjoying ourselves. I've had a rough enough week. She gave him a sulky pout to invoke pity, and instead a teasing grin split his face again. Tell me about your business with the council instead. I thought they'd be issuing an apology for the delays in approving borderlines from last year, but they never send a noble for that. The council requested that the king come and show some dissenters in the East Wing that he acknowledges their opinions. So he chose me to go in his place. The exasperated look on his face sent a pang of both pity and a laugh through Maebe. Oh, you poor soul. The council are going to hate that, she snickered. I'm also to apologise for half of the requested Red Seal deliveries being destroyed. More than the usual amount of borderlines breached charter rules this year, Mouse moaned. Wait, half of last year's borderlines were destroyed. I saw the list. No way half of it was rejected, not even with the newer amendments, Maebe stammered. According to the royal inspectors, they did, he explained. I don't think it has anything to do with magic. The king just wants to encourage more witches to leave the guild and join the military. Cutting chunks of their supplies makes the guild's work less successful. Well, the counts and the guild should be used to getting only half of what they request by now, she laughed at him. Oh, I can't wait to snoop around the private parts of the guild when we see Ahalor, Maebe remarked with an excited buzz. I should have known better than to think you'd come along because you wanted to help me, Mouse said in disbelief. They retreated to Mouse's cabin, to lounge amongst the soft Isabeline cushions with a cup of spring wine in their hands. Their beloved mosaic city became a smudge on the cloud-veiled horizon, visible through the huge pane window of Mouse's cabin. Appointed with rich wood, detailed maps of the Gulf, and a double bed half covered by wooden shutters painted with the royal sigil. Such an opulent cabin at a half-prince's disposal for a 2-day sail had Maebe scowling with envy. A cabin like this on Sumine 3 would make long summers abroad much more appealing. Mouse eagerly dived into the palace gossip like a songbird unable to resist the creating of twittering at daybreak. The king had returned from his trip to Mandible with Prince Sewell in tow, the eldest of Mouse's half-siblings. Sewell rarely left his position at the most active ward tower, but he had come to greet the emissaries from the northern lands, to show, as heir to the throne, that he had supported the talks of trade and relationships with their northern neighbours over the wall. The arrival of the long-absent prince would usually pique the interest of court for weeks, but the northern lands emissaries' arrival had outshone even the crown prince. They had arrived at the palace with a siren. No usual songstress. She was the head of the Siren army in the Northern Lands Border Legion, a warrior. The unexpected arrival of such a high-level magical being threw a palace full of entitled witches and magic-weary humans into a furore. Many magical beings had long ago been driven from the Green Kingdom, or slaughtered, including sirens. Maebe poked at him with questions, drinking in every detail and wishing she had felt the palace atmosphere herself. But Mouse had been kept in the shadows. If he hadn't seen the siren himself from across the throne room at some distance, he wouldn't have believed it either. The Emoto continued to be pulled tirelessly across the gulf by a generous breeze tugging on its sails. By evening, several bottles of spring wine littered the bolted-down table in the prince's cabin, corrupting their conversations. Topics changed from palace gossip to games, the favourite being creative yet vulgar insults for the darling Starling sisters, and mocking impressions of the princes and princess. Nonsensical words strung together, interjected with eruptions of braying laughter, until a bout of seasickness drove them from Mouse's cabin. Unrelated to the glass bottles rolling back and forth on the table, Mouse assured Maebe of that in a rather loud voice, several times. An accompanying member of the court, Lord Overreen, poked his head out of the door to check on the disturbance as they passed his cabin. He was a large man, hiding his baldness under a saggy velvet cap. His stomach wrestled with his burgundy doublet for dominance, much as his social graces wrestled with his self-importance in serving the drunk bastard that he had been ordered to accompany across Moonay Gulf. He kept his silence, but the distasteful look Lord Overreen cast toward them before returning inside had Maebe wrinkling up her face at the wooden door. They stumbled onto the deck aiming for the stern, tripping over one another in their attempts to hold each other up. Any lingering awkwardness between them had been drowned in a plentiful ocean of wine. Mouse wrapped an unsteady arm around Maebe's waist, his hand pressed against her firm stomach over the silk shirt she wore. He turned to rest his forehead peacefully on her shoulder. With the assault of fresh air on Maebe's raw senses, and the warmth of Mouse on her side, her mind tumbled with more than just wine. "You didn't mean it, did you?" he whispered into her sleeve. "Oh, I know you didn't." Her heart raced. She'd never intended to hurt him. She cared for Mouse. She just didn't want everything that came with acknowledging him, or anyone, as a potential husband. The expectation that she would breed a host of demi-royals for the Sumine line. But with him so close, and his hand touching her so familiarly, such worries became dust blown off a shelf. All it would take was to turn around and kiss him. Not ordered by anyone. Her decision. That was a power that she possessed. Maebe turned, lifting a hand to Mouse's face with clumsy tenderness, and prepared to blithely step into a predictable future. She dislodged him from his resting spot on her shoulder, thumb brushing the curve of his ear, but he swerved past her before she could look into his eyes. Grabbing a hold of the rail, he vomited into the churning waters below, sounds of his retching over the gentle swish of the waves. "Oh," Maebe mumbled. Chapter 8. The sun was high in the sky before Maebe dragged herself to the forecastle deck to wait for Clest to come in sight over the glittering water. First, the scar-pocked blasted mountain range jutted from the ocean, with its semicircle hollows carved into the lines of the horizon. Permanent scars from the witch wars 1,000 years past cast their shadow of history over the busy city. Then, the domed rooftops of the largest buildings, the public library and the council hall, shone in white stone, followed by the details of the city. tall windowed houses and open wide streets. Each building was designed to be cliff-stacked, as in the capital, pushing against the pocked mountains, but where Elpis was weather-stained colour, Clest was pristine white-stoned and well-maintained tile roofs. Instead of toppling buildings supporting one another to remain upright, Clest had neat thought-out lines of construction. It was the clean-shaven brother to the rough charm of Elpis. Even from the decks of the Emoto, Maebe could spot the sparkling mechanic magic of the flitters in the sunlight as they flew high above the city, delivering messages. A system of communication only available in Clest. "Before you go and lose yourself in the city, can you at least come and see where the inn is, so that you don't get lost?" Mouse moaned as he leaned beside her. He looked terrible from their day of drinking. Purple smudges painted under his bloodshot eyes, his usually unruly hair poking out at even stranger angles. "Only because I'm worried about you, looking like that and surrounded by royal toadies. Don't worry, though. My daring, my wit, and my bravery will ensure that you arrive at the inn safely," she mocked him for the day before. "I just need you to get me down the gangplank, without us ending up in the water, or on our arses. Edic already has the task of getting us in the carriage before Lord Overeem can lecture me for last night," Mouse said, looping his arm through Maebe's and resting the brunt of his weight on her. "You remember that?" she inquired, with one eyebrow raised with curious anxiety. "Edic told me that Lord Sourface saw me looking less than glorious, so that's why he's responsible for keeping us away from him." Mouse was commander of the Ardal Guard. As such, he was often accompanied by Edic, his second in command. The title was Mouse's reward for being a bastard. Unimportant work that kept him and the washed-out soldiers away from the palace. A backhanded thank you from the king for being honourable, yet irrelevant. Did Edic say anything else? Maebe couldn't remember seeing Mouse's personal guard on the deck last night, but she knew she wasn't far off looking as roughshod as Mouse was. "No. Why? Did I distress anyone else with how low my resistance to wine is? You know, I've only ever seen my father drink beer. Do you think I inherited my intolerance from him?" he asked, rubbing his temple with a groan. Thoughts of the fierce king giggling from too much spring wine had Maebe chuckling as she steered them down the gangplank. Edic hailed them towards a fine-looking carriage with the inn's symbol on it, a white circle with a trilliant blue gem inside. Edic was old, with a full head of grey hair, like most members of the Ardal Guard, but he still held himself as a proud fighter. He had his Ardal uniform on, plate mail on his chest, and mulberry pantaloons held up with a belt holding two severe-looking daggers. Maebe was relieved to see he had left his broadsword and plumed helmet somewhere. She had laughed the first time she visited Ardal Tower and saw Mouse in his uniform. It was only his parade armour, but the giant feathers sprouting from his silver helmet were the most intimidating part of it. She asked if he had accidentally tickled somebody to death standing behind him before. Ardal soldiers were not expected to fight. It was a cushy position, gifted to those who served their king into old age, but had no wish to retire. The Ardal Tower watched the era crystal that created the northmost ward. They saw little action from the Thryae. Even in the height of summer, when only the hardiest of insectoids tried to cross the swamp so far north, the chill air left them weaker, so they mostly attacked the southern towers. Not a single Thryae had made it through the shield crystal, but they had come close at Mandible on a few occasions. The older man didn't let his chestnut-brown eyes lock with Mouse's as he mouthed the word "sorry" through his thick white moustache. He opened the door for them with a knowing wink for Maebe. Edic's behaviour left Maebe frowning in confusion. Mouse merely tugged his vivid jacket straight, scowled as he smelt his own breath in the cup of his palm, and clambered into the carriage. "Good day, Lord Overeem. Sleep well, did you?" he exclaimed with false cheer. Maebe muttered a curse, leaving Edic making a deep rumbling sound that she interpreted as a chuckle. "After you, Miss Sumine. Wouldn't want a woman of such fine standing thinking I'd lost all my manners after years of being stationed in the countryside. He gestured toward the carriage steps. Can you teach Mouse some of those manners? She mused, leaving Eric and his rumbling laughter to climb in after her. They rolled through the city, scents wafting in through the window that Mouse had opened. Food and machine grease, flowers from blooming trees lining many of the streets. Higher and higher they zigzagged, crossing a stone bridge to the opposing cliffside. Maebe's eyes glazed over as she stared at the passing houses, pretending to ignore the berating words of Lord Overeen and Mouse's affable attempts to change the topic. They arrived in a courtyard belonging to the most beautiful inn Clest could offer. Freshly scrubbed white stone, a huge dark wooden entrance with large leafy trees either side casting shadows on the white walls and cobbled ground. Shouldn't we be staying at one of the council members as guests? Maebe whispered to Mouse. I suggested an inn instead, in hopes that anyone who had tagged along would prefer the gossip gained by keeping with their peers. Lord Harlech took the bait. He's taking his family to Councilwoman Tagg's residence. Unfortunately, he gestured towards Lord Overeen, clambering awkwardly out of the carriage, his physique causing him to rely on help from the carriage driver to reach the ground safely. We do have some largesse in our company. The inn was carved into the white stone of the cliff, rather than built against it. The entrance was shielded from the harshness of the sun by leafy trees, and a small fountain tinkled in a courtyard filled with exotic flowers sprouting from crystals sticking out of the soil. The entirety of the inn had been reserved for them. No doubt it was large enough to house everyone who'd left the capital on the Emoto, and more. Mouse led Maebe down the corridor on the right, the doors lining either side. Lit by crystals to be as bright as the outside, but the cave structure left goose prickles up her arm. This is your room. He leaned against a pale wall and tapped his knuckle on a tall white door gilded with silver. It faded into deep teal with more intricate patterns that arched overhead. I'm having the one next door. Eric will be in the servants' chambers attached to mine, and 2 other guards have the room at the other end of the corridor. Should you need anything? A maid? Maebe asked, fluttering her eyes. Elsie had stayed at Speysouth Manor, because certainly still hadn't hired her own lady's maid. Summoning crystals are inside the room, so you can get someone in the inn to fluff your hair and brush your pillows, Mouse chided, opening the door. Maebe entered the large, beautiful room, which would be hers for the next few weeks. Clean, vibrant white walls, plants and dark furniture, all neutral fabrics, matching the dark wood floor and the wide balcony that overlooked the docks from a distance. No windows. It was protected from the elements by crystals all along the balcony railing. Mouse, it's beautiful. But you kept me away from the market just for a room, she frowned at him, and then brushed her fingers over a plant with lush green leaves. Morgana had this room a few years ago and still talks about it. Mouse strolled across the room and moved a huge sliding panel to one side. I needed to keep you somewhere I could find you and stop you wandering off all the time. So, here's my trap, he said, gesturing her to go inside the room with a smug smile on his face. Inside lay the largest floor bath she had ever seen, tiled in light marble, with large vases of grain-sized red spinels all along one wall. 4 hunks of raw tanzanite were fastened to the corners of the walls, an unseen barrier to whatever nature would try to throw into the room through the open ceiling above them. Maebe knew what the crystals would do at a glance. She had read about them at the guild house having magic baths. A few grains placed under the water would turn the bath into a translucent sky blue. A handful of weak crystals could turn the colour opaque, and the steam rising from it would form clouds to lazily travel across the surface, matching the sky outside. She grabbed a pile of plush towels from her room and summoned one of the maids by tapping the crystal hanging next to the door. Mouse was kicked out into the hallway to entertain himself for the rest of the day. There was no way she was leaving to go into the city, whilst a private magic bath and a selection of water crystals were waiting in her room. Chapter 9. For her first morning in Clest, Maebe had planned on shopping in the markets for the newest artificer creations. She was always delighted with the bizarre contraptions that the minds of the guild could think up. With a bit of luck, she would even find out what part of the city Charis and Hannah had chosen to reside in. She yanked a clean, billowy white blouse with wide tight cuffs to prevent the fabric wrapping from her hands, from her armoire. Unpacked yesterday by one of the inn's maids, whilst Maebe floated in the bath until she pruned, ate dinner with Mouse, and then returned to the bath, the temperature never cooling. She still smelt of honeysuckle and summer rain from the water. Over her shirt, she threw on a sleeveless silk jacket, the front of which was heavy with gold and silver threads embroidered into opulent floral patterns. Her forest green cloak hung loosely over one shoulder. She banged on Mouse's door. "I'm leaving in 5 minutes to get some crystal-cooked blue crab from the docks for breakfast. Do you want to come?" she yelled into the crevice. A loud moan answered her. Then a mumbled reply which she only understood part of, the curse part. Then the unmistakable sound of a pillow hitting the door. After a few seconds, he spoke again. "Wait." Edic appeared after Maebe had spent a few minutes waiting in the garden of their courtyard, admiring the flowers she had rushed past yesterday. He had found his sword, which was now strapped to his back, and his formal feathered cap fluttered soundlessly behind him. "He was out of bed when I left, but he'll be a few minutes more," Edic grumbled through his whiskers. "I thought soldiers are supposed to be up early and always ready to go. You seem to be up fine this morning," Maebe complained at him after only a few moments had passed. "Soldiers follow orders to fight, and the lad can hold his own with a blade in his hands. Today he's been ordered to insult a room full of council members by being who he is, a bastard. That'd have me pacing all night too," Edic admitted. "The boy hides it well, but he doubts his own abilities with those self-important tossers, because of his humble blood. I know him though, lass. He can fight his way out of any corner, word or fist." "I'd have to agree with you on that, Edic," Maebe said, smiling at the fatherly pride the man exposed. He was talkative this morning. Edic was often a man of stoic silence and meaningful stares. "The prince does have one weakness, but it's not like you to be so agreeable, May," Mouse announced as he walked out of the main door, still trying to tame his hair. "I'm also feeling generous. Come on, breakfast's my treat," Maebe beamed at him, then strode on ahead with her chin high and her hands clasped behind her back. "Gods have mercy! What did you say to her?" Mouse gaped at Edic. The soldier shrugged and rumbled along after Maebe. It didn't take long to find fresh fish at the docks and feast on breakfast. The dockside market sold almost everything that could be caught in the Moonay Gulf. They strolled along the busy morning stalls, picking up glittering shellfish bowls and various skewers of crab meat. Every time they sat down to rest on the market bench, someone else would lure them into eating more by offering them a sample. "You're going to be fine meeting with the council today, you know." "Will Ahalor be there too?" Maebe asked, over a mouthful of her second purchase of giant eel. Ocean-scented chunks skewered and toasted over a small crystal grill, then covered with a bittersweet sauce. "Not today, I think. He wants me to visit him at the Artificers Guild tomorrow evening," Mouse sighed. A cat ran past with a mechanical tail, and when it looked at Maebe, she realised one of its eyes was a crystal. Artificers were known for testing new inventions on strays. She just hoped the poor creature had a crystal that wouldn't run out of its power before its life ended. "He doesn't look very organised. He probably doesn't even know you're in Clest yet," she mused, rejoining the conversation as the cat hopped over a leaf-covered wall. "He might be unorganised, but he still has the power to turn us into dust on a whim," Mouse grumbled. "Oh, don't be so imaginative. You know artificers only make crystal-powered weapons during the war. They didn't fight themselves, never have. It corrupts them. I bet he was some magical torturing devices stashed away somewhere, though," Maebe teased him. "Oh, thanks for that." He looked aghast. "Don't worry. Yes, the council will be angry. And the guild. But they're all smart enough to know that it's the king trying to rile them, not you." Maebe tried to comfort him. "They have enough independence to be happy. They'd never turn against the king. The council is allowed to rule in Clest by his will and under his laws. He'd squash them in an instant if they ever tried anything serious. And the guild, well, Ahalor can puff like a dragon, but he'd never push the king to use any hero crystals against them. They're also the strongest advocators for peace. They live in the country that was nearly destroyed the last time witches fought. She slowed in her tracks, stuffing the empty ear wrapper into a pouch under her cloak, and they strolled along into the main quarter. They sent a message to the inn last night with this, Mouse said, pulling a tiny scroll from his jacket pocket. It's a list of problem makers that I'm to deal with. Maebe wiped her fingers on her skirt, then took the paper from his hand, slowly unrolling it. There's over 40 people on here. Yep, and I have to talk with each one and deal with their issues. The council said they didn't want to presume to answer complicated issues in place of the king. How generous of them. Mouse rolled his eyes. This guy is apparently calling for Clest to leave the Green Kingdom. He laughed, pointing at a name near the top of the scroll. Oh, Mouse, Maebe laughed. Joseph Nunt. It says he's a song-goat herder from the committee. I didn't know the song-goat herders were planning a coup. I'll have to sit in one of those stiff-backed council chairs and smile at his complaints about how the East Wing doesn't understand the complications of goat herding, Mouse complained with a sneer. You'll not be doing that at the council hall, Mouse. Song-goat herders go into the blasted mountains at the start of spring and don't return until the end of summer, she informed him. What? I mean, I guess you can wait until the month of the crystal to speak to him. Or you could just go into the mountains and look for him, Maebe snickered. A bunch of flitters drifted down past them, carrying their messages. This is the council's form of a joke, surely, Mouse sighed. If I ignore him, it just encourages the idea that we don't care. But I can't wait for 6 months. You'll think of something. She turned and punched him lightly on the arm. Spinning on her heel, she started down one of the side streets. Good luck today. You going already? He called after her, hand lightly resting where she'd tapped him. No, you are. Look at the sun, you're going to be late. That's an offence that the council will take from you, not the king, she laughed. He cursed and ran off through the crowd to find Edic, who had been following along behind them. The crowd parted for the bright blue jacket he was still wearing, understanding somebody of importance from the palace of the East Wing was passing, but unsure who the warm-haired young man was. Chapter 10. Maebe found she walked through the stalls with distraction in her mind. A song-goat cheesecake and a pot of crystal brew couldn't pull her thoughts away from her conversation with Mouse. She had abandoned her father to accompany him, and she hadn't made any plans on what to do now she was here. She wanted to help Mouse, but she had fallen short of having any productive ideas. Like a hound chasing its tail, the thrill of catching what she wanted was far more enjoyable than biting down and admitting to herself she should be heading south. The city hummed around her, the noises of sellers calling out, offering sweet-smelling foods, the chatter of washerwomen gossiping by clean waters that ran from the public crystal taps. A hedge witch, with a selection of yellow and orange crystals, called after her, promising he could charge them sufficiently enough to perform basic needs, heat her home, or carry messages in a flitter. He had a selection of rough-looking devices, imitations of items sold via the guild for a lower cost. 2 artificer witches strode past him with distasteful look, their tall, rust-coloured hats pointed to the sun, and brass lapel pins showing them as guild members. When a witch is born, their powers fall into a class, or more than one class if they are exceptional. Those that excel with plants, herb care, and healing will leave their homes to apply to the Nature Guild. Those with talent in charging crystals, engineering and magic craft seek out the artificers. Potion makers and fortune tellers will travel to the Night Guild in the tallest peaks of the Northernland Mountains. Those with raw strength in their powers, but no particular talent, train as warriors for the War Guild. Any witch can take a challenge to join any guild, but many refuse to join the artificers, since they enforce the rules of green, and breaking the rules can result in a stint in the crystal mines. Most artificers are born on Greenian soil. But a witch can only take one guild challenge. They are advised to choose their guild after a period of reflection. If a witch fails their challenge, they are cast out. Not all shun the idea of joining the artificers if their talents are clear. Clest was flecked with witches bearing traits of their home countries, curling hair and darker skin from Artio, pale watery eyes, and the occasional scale from the northern land coasts. Maebe had heard a rumour that a blessed Nemanian had left their home country once to join the artificers. Blessed, skin as crimson as rose, and hair and eyes as black as the mines of the Blasted Mountains, called this because the war god Cain coloured them so that their enemies would never see them bleed in battle. Many blessed Nemanian witches joined the war guild. It was unheard of for one so touched by a god to ever want to leave Nemain. 2 options remained for those witches who fail: become a hedge witch or join the scholars. The scholar guild demanded no particular strength in magic, but only accept the keenest of minds. To join, they must face scathing judgment of the wizard of the scholars. Becoming a hedge witch is to be looked down on by guild members in any country. They often sell their small powers to humans, or seek work as humans do. Those with pitiful powers give up on a life of magic, or practice it behind their own walls with no one to judge. The only witches that do not live by the law of the guilds are dream witches. Maebe had tried to research them when she was young, but many texts claim they are so elusive, their existence is as questionable as the gods. She drifted through the noisy streets, hands in her pockets, and unable to focus on the trays of magical trinkets. She stopped to finger a filigree silver rod with a yellow crystal on the end that repelled rain if you held it above your head, and was about to turn away after a child's doll that moved on its own with malachite crystals for eyes. A display of bright blooms erupted from large crystals in the centre of a fountain, and she wandered closer, recognizing the handiwork of one of the few nature witches to reside in green. The glint of sunlight on a selection of delicate flitters that resembled tiny honeybirds and beads distracted her from thoughts of the nature witch called Hannah. An idea took root in her mind. She was about to give up on the markets anyway, and now she had an excitement that pulsed through her. She made her way back to the inn and asked one of the servants for use of a flitter, then set about finding one of the witches who had accompanied them from Elpis. Enchanter Lilov was a trained artificer in the king's military, who had been invited to work for Prince Marcellus. He was gloomy by nature, but content with the easy work that the prince offered him. The witch buried his face into the high buckled collar of a witch's military uniform, so when he spoke it came across mumbled. His heavy pointed hat lay on his unmade bed. Long wavy hair covered enough of his face so that only his heavy-lidded eyes were visible, even without a hat. He had been trying to relax in his private room and avoid the company of others. Maebe stood in front of him, holding the clear, spherical yellow crystal. In her other hand was a flitter borrowed from the inn, a simple contraption of white twisted into 2 compartments, one for a crystal to power it and one for a scroll. "I just want you to adjust it so that it flies low and slow. I don't want it to shoot off into the sky and descend on the recipient. I want to be able to follow it. This is the crystal to power it?" she asked, getting vexed with his disinterested sighs. "You could just deliver the message yourself if you're going to walk to its location," he grumbled, picking at his nails. "Can you do it or not?" she demanded more firmly. She knew a flitter could find Joseph, the song-goat herder. The range from flitters died off before the mines in the mountains, but herders rarely ventured that far. She needed to know if it could be adjusted first. "Why should I do it for you? I'm here at Prince Marcellus's disposal, not those of non-noble birth." He fell quiet towards the end, but Maebe heard it and scowled at him. She was used to being sneered at by lords and ladies of the palace for not being noble, but witches were usually accommodating to the Sumine family. "You can do it now, or I can go and get Prince Marcellus to ask you himself," she challenged him to refuse. She didn't want to ask Mouse. She had wanted it to be a surprise. She could go and pay a hedge witch or a guild member, but now she felt she had to prove herself, that she was someone important enough to be obeyed by an enchanter. "Fine," he sighed, scratching his temple and shrugging. "I'll give it to you in the morning. Oh, and Miss Sumine, this arrived for you." He handed her a small red crystal as she dumped the flitter on his table. "What is it?" she asked, turning the weak crystal over in her hands. "A message from one of the witches at the palace, sent at Lady Certainly Taru's request. Activate it over some paper to receive the message. I didn't read it, so I don't know what it is, he grunted. I know how they work. Shouldn't you have brought this straight to me? She demanded. It only got here just before you did. I'd have brought it to you at dinner or sometime, he drawled with a bored sigh. Maebe clicked her teeth and stormed out of the room with the cheerless witch calling, You're welcome, after her. She was irritated both by the witch and the fact that Certainly had found a way to bother her with the moony gulf between them. Using a royal witch as a messenger must have cost her a fortune in money. Or favours. Maebe just hoped she hadn't been socialising with the starlings while she was away. She dropped the message in her room and went to check on Mouse, hearing his door click in the hallway. He looked worse after a day with the council than he had with a hangover. I'd rather have the old codgers give me a thrashing in the training ring than the verbal lashing those arrogant merchants gave me, he complained as she walked in. What's wrong with arrogant merchants? Maebe teased, unceremoniously plonking onto the bed next to him. I'm too tired to be witty. Leave me in peace or make my headache go away. I don't want to start dealing with complaints tomorrow. I want to drink, he declared, pulling a pillow over his face. You're not clever enough to be witty even when you are rested, she joked. His glower was his only response. Fine, I'll make you some tea and you can tell me about it. I have a surprise that might cheer you up. Chapter 11. Sleep came quickly to Maebe that night. She wanted to leave at first light with Mouse in tow. He had agreed to Maebe's scheme with a cynical laugh. She had somehow convinced him to go into the mountains and track the goat herder down. If the council were going to demand Mouse tackle ridiculous problems, she was going to help him solve them as fast as possible. A hike into the mountains would clear his head after a day of politics, and the confidence that came with fixing the most awkward request would boost him through the other audiences. When she told Mouse she wanted to send the herder a flitter, he'd rolled his eyes. I don't think it counts as discussing somebody's problems if you just send them a message saying, I understand, without making any real effort to meet them and actually understand, May. I don't mean send a message, she grumbled, preparing a pot of fragrant mint needle tea to soothe his headache. I got Lilov to make a flitter that we can follow. Why would we follow a flitter if the message is already on it? He asked with a level of density that had Maebe massaging the bridge of her nose. She poured a cup of mint needle for herself. So we can speak to the person that the message is for. Say if the person we're looking for wanders between different mountain pastures and we have no idea which one he'd be at, she explained through gritted teeth, waiting for his understanding to click into place. Oh, I get it, he exclaimed, sitting up. Follow the flitter to go and find him. If we leave first thing in the morning, we can easily get to the main pastures before noon, and be back with loads of time to get ready for meet with Atalor, she elaborated. One problem down. 1 out of 40, he sighed. Still, one big problem down. Some fresh air, a clear head, citizen feels appreciated, then off to meet a wizard after a successful day. Rather than holding this mock court all day and being worn down, just meet the other moaners the day after. Mouse had gotten ready on time, offending everybody with his visually loud jacket again. Maebe gladly draped her cloak over herself, holding it shut against the early morning chill blowing in from the sea. Enchanter Lilov hadn't provided Maebe with the modified flitter, much to her unsurprised irritation. She stood alongside Mouse as he banged on the enchanter's door. The gloomy witch opened up slowly, greeting their feet. What? He mumbled, rubbing his eyes. The scent of toasted acer seed wafted out of the dim-lit room. He glanced up and saw the prince, jumping and straightening his nightclothes that he was still wearing, an oversized shirt and loose undergarments. Enchanter Lilov, yesterday you took instructions from Miss Sumine to modify a flitter. She informed me you'd have it ready by morning. Well, where is it? Mouse demanded, in a tone that made Maebe want to both stand taller and snort at her friend's stately demeanour. It's here, my prince, sir, right here. The alarmed witch flicked out his arm, and the charged flitter appeared in his palm. Lilov's face went pale. Did you just use raw magic? Mouse asked, with a single eyebrow arched expertly in silent judgment. No, Prince Mouse, Morcelus. I mean, I did, but Oh, I'm so sorry, my prince, Maebe didn't think it was possible for the witch to turn paler, but he had somehow. Now he rivaled a corpse. I suggest the next time the daughter of the Red Seal asks you to do something, you respond as if I had asked you. Be glad I'm in a hurry this morning. If I see anything like that again, I'll be discussing your actions with General Nyla, Mouse finished. Oh, well, thank you, Prince Morcellus. Enchanter Lilov bowed deep. His shaggy hair could have brushed the doorway floor clean, if he had a mind to. The flustered witch's nightshirt slid up his back, showing them his pasty skin and knobbled spine. Maybe he had reached the end of the corridor before she heard him stand straight and click his door shut. She was used to the mocking attitudes of nobles in the palace, that she forgot Mouse could command such raw respect. I really like that guy. Mouse smiled at her as they stepped onto a sunny balcony to eat breakfast with the sunrise. Lilov? She questioned, unsure who he meant. Youngest witch ever to join the Green Military. Pretty smart, too. No interest in chemistry, so the Night Guild rejected him. He got permission to cross the wall with the artificer applicants, though. Lilov. She couldn't help but repeat herself. Smart enough to know that being a hedge witch would be hard work, and to know that joining royal service was better than working for the guild. They would have put him in the mines. I think one day he'll find something that motivates him. That's why I requested him before he got booted out of service, Mouse said. Well, that explains a lot. Not everything, but a lot, she laughed. The half-prince and the merchant's daughter scoffed a plate of eggs and toast with thick syrup, then a selection of vibrant fruit. Maebe stuffed some extra food in her pack for lunch. They dived into the inn's carriage to take them on a direct route through the city, speeding past the busy market stalls, setting up for another morning of trade, before being dropped at the foothills of the mountains. They started the ascent into the low slopes shortly after leaving the carriage. It had left them on one of the roads that followed a cart path to the crystal mines. The mines grew and harvested crystals from salt pools deep within the hollows of the blasted mountain range, providing enough for the entire country. Once they were mined by trolls that worked for the Artificer Guilds. Trolls had been driven from the country centuries ago, leaving witches to maintain the crystals themselves. Why is Edic not coming? Doesn't he have to keep you safe all the time? Maebe asked Mouse, as she pulled the custom flitter from her pocket. I asked him not to, Mouse said, finding the red on the cuff of his jacket fascinating. I thought it'd be nice to give him a day off. So, just us? Oh, they're only herders, May. I think you can keep me safe. You even brought your pretty knives. Mouse pointed at the daggers, sheathed at the base of Maebe's spine with a smirk. Maebe ignored him, and murmured Joseph Nunt's name into the yellow crystal. Flicking the cage of the flitter's body open, she dropped the gem inside. The tiny brass wings buzzed to life in Maebe's hand, and she let go of the shining contraption with a smile. It shot high into the air and swiftly out of sight. Lilov! She growled, the smile from her face melting like candle in a house fire. Well, nice try, May. Next time... Before Mouse could finish speaking, a whir of mechanical wings sounded, and the intricate machine fell from the sky and stopped in front of his nose, before bobbing steadily away to the north. See? I told you he was smart, Mouse grinned. They followed a steady path up the foothills, views of the ocean beginning to dip out of the view behind the curve of the landscape. Clest vanished behind its own cliffs until even the highest domes disappeared. The first sounds of song-goats bleated ahead of them, a noisy flock singing and foraging in the rocky grassland of the low mountains. Following the flitter, they saw a stony-looking herder glowering at them, with a crystal-carved pipe hanging from his ruddy lips. 2 people was a bit of a small group to hunt the mountains for missing herders, ain't it? He criticised as they neared. Good sir, we're here to speak to the head of the Song-Goat Herder Committee, Mouse replied, as Maebe chased the flitter to stop it flying too far ahead. She stifled her grin. Every time she recalled that the Song-Goat Herders had formed a committee against the crown, it made her want to laugh. Oh, so you're the poor bastard they sent to talk to Joseph. Quite literally, Mouse sighed. Do you know if he's nearby? Probably. But he's not going to be happy there's only 2 on you. You were expecting a full search party, the herder spat. Look, we just got told to come and talk to him, Maebe interrupted, annoyed with the herder's tone. We're not a search party. We didn't know he was expecting one. Ha, of course you didn't. You have an East Wing twang. East Wingers don't give a goat crap about us here. I'm telling you, I know of 2 herders gone missing, and more if you ask around, he called out over the sounds of his vocal herd. We will be speaking with Joseph today. With further details, I'm sure we'll be able to help locate your friends. Mouse inclined his head to the herder. Thank you for your assistance. The farmer only scowled at them, and then spat on the floor, flecks of it landing on the man's own overalls, making Maebe wince. He resumed sucking on his pipe, and leered after them as they trailed further into the foothills. The surroundings fell quiet. The musical bleating of song-goats faded. The flitter led them higher, through wide grassy fields interspersed with pale grey rocks that slowly vanished in favour of heavy woods and boulders that flourished cloaks of moss. They would have to make it over the peak and into the next valley pasture before they found anybody else. I had no idea that the people of Clest disliked the Eastern Wing that much, Mouse stated to Maebe, ducking under a low branch. The people of Clest don't like authority. Even their own council, Maebe informed him. There's a lot of torn emotions between a magic-influenced council and a fully human monarchy that doesn't care for the peaceful side of its own country. You'll get a different opinion from every person, and each voiced just as strongly. And yet, they live with the shadows of the blasted mountains over their home. Every single one will preach peace. Maebe admired the brash nature of Clest. She'd always loved reading about the history of the magical city, and visited most years after a summer spent trading. Clest was filled with independent people, proud of their ability to rile their king without facing too many consequences because of the crystal mines. Without the city's cooperation, trade would falter, and the loyalty of the military witches would be challenged. I spent so much time at Ardell Tower. I don't know if I'm guilty of ignoring the Western Wing, Mouse mused. It just seems so prosperous here. I guess that's why the king leaves the council in power. I guess, Maebe shrugged. Clest was fortunate. Even the worst houses were nicer than the tumble-down shacks of Elpis. Everyone in Clest had access to basic crystals to provide them warmth and light, to encourage crop growth on the small stretches of arable land between the city and the mountains. They could easily exist without acknowledging the rest of the country. I wouldn't worry so much. No matter how peaceful it is, someone will always have problems that they want to blame somebody else for, Maebe added. But that herder must think my family is useless. And it's not that I don't want to help. I do my duty by maintaining a ward tower and the era crystal inside it, Mouse sighed. The Western Wing will never have to fear an attack, and the Eastern Wing only feels safe because of the ward towers, he sighed. Perhaps you should request a post at a more active spot along the border, Maebe pried. Prince Jaciel was mostly stationed in the south, at Mandible Tower, the only ward tower that was plagued by attacking Thrae, even in the cold of winter. Prince Eorgana was responsible for maintaining the wall between the Green Kingdom and the Northern Lands, and Princess Morgana presided over Elpis, whilst the king travelled between the swamp borders towers. Mouse was stationed at the quietest ward tower, with no honour to be won. That's not going to happen, Mouse retorted. And there are good men at Ardell Tower. They taught me everything when my father sent me there to make a fool of me. I won't leave them to be disbanded, and I won't see the land given over to Lord Darren. No more talk about fathers, remember? Maebe offered an apologetic smile, regretting choosing such a touchy subject. The flitter bobbed ahead and hovered over the edge of a steep drop. Maebe caught it before it vanished down the edge. They both stood on the precipice of the overgrown drop with no chance of climbing down. Huh, Maebe observed, biting her lip. A whisper of disappointment ghosted around her. I guess we find a way around. Mouse exhaled. It's already midday, May. His stomach roared in answer to his unanswered question. Shall we just eat and head back? He proposed. I'm sorry, I thought it would work, Maebe growled, annoyed at her own failure. Don't worry, you can make it up for me, Mouse announced. I already ate all my food. Care to share? Chapter 12. They wandered back the way they came, through tall trees that sheltered from the blinding midday sun. When they spotted a place to sit, Maebe perched her pack against a fallen tree to rummage through it. She scooped out fresh bread and smoked beam salmon, neatly wrapped in brown paper, the illuminated strings in its body still flashing. Mouse's stomach rumbled again at the food Maebe produced. She pulled her dagger from its sheath at the base of her spine and carved off a big chunk of bread to throw at him, before sliding onto a smooth rock to sit down. Such powerful gems used in fancy heirlooms, and I've only ever seen you use them on food. Have they ever even drawn blood? He mocked her. I could draw your blood, tosser. She flashed the dagger in a menacing grimace. Away from civilization for a few hours, and the lady act has already vanished, he laughed before tucking into the bread with intensity. Maebe nibbled at the wrapped fish, savouring the dainty flavour and the smoked finish. She held the flitter with one hand to stop it from flying off, careful of its fluttering metal wings. They sat in silence, tearing off pieces of bread and picking at the beam salmon, the grilled smell wafting around them, making their tongues water in the way that only crystal cooking could. Branches snapped in the distance. A thudding sound vibrated all along the ground, shaking them. They stared at each other, Mouse swallowing a mouthful of food and drawing the short sword he kept at his side. Maebe sheathed her dagger behind her back so she could tie her pack back up as quietly as possible, holding the furiously fighting flitter in her mouth. Heavy grunts echoed through the trees, and from a small gap in the branches, a nose snuffling into the moss of the forest floor, they saw a boar. No ordinary boar. A jumbo from the depths of Artio Forest was rummaging for food only a stone's throw from where they had stopped. It was large enough for 3 men to mount, if they were foolish enough to sit on its ridged spine. A giant snout pressed into the ground, sniffing along the path they had followed. Both of them froze. No threatening creature would venture so close to the city during the day. Hunting cats lived deeper in the mountains, and had been known to snatch songgoats at night. But this boar was not a creature that had been raised here. It noticed them despite their stillness. Beady eyes locked onto their shapes, and it made a squealing sound of hungry delight that rattled their bones. "Run!" Mouse yelled, yanking Maebe's arm so she spun to face the same direction as him. They sprinted over the forest debris, the boar crashing through it behind them. Maebe was faster than Mouse, her long legs spurred on by the desire not to be trampled and eaten. Mouse weaved behind trees, darting side to side enough to make the creature crash into trunks and branches, but not enough to stop it. Maebe skidded to a halt at the overgrown drop they had turned from before. Mouse appeared from behind another tree and ran into her. Both went over the edge and crashed through the underbrush. Falling and rolling down the steep hill, Maebe gashed her hands and her cloak tangled in a briar. Mouse's blade slipped from his hand, but he grabbed for it as Maebe tore herself free, ripping the bottle-green fabric of her cloak. They started to run as soon as they had both recovered. The jumbo was unsteadily descending behind them, a giant bulk that crushed trees, spiny plants clinging to its coarse, dark hair. "Let's split and circle back. We can lose it," Maebe panted through clenched teeth. "Don't be stupid. We'll just lose each other. I don't know these woods well. Do you?" It wasn't a question. They had to stick together, not only to escape the jumbo, but to find their way back to Clest. The slope they tumbled down was far too steep to climb back up. As soon as that realization hit Maebe, so did Mouse. He shoved her hard, sending her hurtling to one side. She screeched as her bleeding hands collided with the twigs and stones of the decaying forest ground. Mouse whirled blade high as he slashed at the boar that had come upon them too quickly. He cut through its snout, enraging it, trying to get it to charge after him. It didn't, though. It turned back to Maebe, struggling to get up from the floor, still regaining her senses from the force of Mouse's push. She saw Mouse lunge for it again, this time slicing deep into its rear flank. The great beast roared in pain, a sound that echoed through the forest valley. Flecks of grey spittle flying out from between its grinding teeth. But still it charged for Maebe. Mouse knew what it was after before she did. "Throw your pack!" he screamed at her, across the gap filled with the hulking mass of the jumbo. Uncomprehending, but with no ideas of her own, Maebe ripped the bag from her shoulder and threw it as hard as she could, muscles screaming with the force she used. The jumbo charged past her, close enough for the stench of the beast to fill her nostrils. Her bag had caught on a low-hanging branch. The boar frantically nudged at it, until what was left of lunch fell onto the floor. Mouse gave an urgent motioning gesture, as the shock that she wasn't being trampled or gored quickly passed. She stumbled towards him, quietly escaping the feasting boar before they bolted into the woods together. They stopped once they were both panting, poised and listening for any sound of the boar trailing behind them. "Lunch," Maebe wheezed with sadness, after a few moments of silence. Mouse shushed her and bit back on his laugh. Neither of them knew where they had ended up during their frenzied escape. The only option for finding a way back would be to climb higher, to look down on the valleys for a path which led back to Clest. Or if they were lucky, the ocean might come into sight. Maebe gazed at the afternoon sun. "It's going to be dark in a few hours." She stopped and watched Mouse, leaning against a rock just ahead of her, peering up at him through long lashes. "I guess you won't be making a good impression with the Guild." Mouse turned back to her with a beautiful grin. "I've never made a good impression in my life, May." They both stifled a laugh. Mouse held out a hand to help Maebe climb up the uneven ledge before her. "Is it right that I feel worse about letting down a grumpy goat herder than I do about letting down a grumpy wizard?" Mouse questioned as they continued up the slope. "That's because Ahilor will be fine. He'll find something to keep him busy. I think it makes you a good prince," Maebe said. "Can we find a place to camp soon? I don't want to be wandering around in the dark with a jumbo around." "You make it sound bad. At least you're in the company of a wonderful, handsome prince," he boasted. He flicked his hair out, posing with his leg on a tree stump, and flashed a most charming grin. "That's not what I said," Maebe huffed, pushing his knee out the way and striding past him. "Oh, I read between the lines." He winked and trailed after her. Chapter 13. The knacker at sunset found Maebe sighing as she plopped to the floor of their shelter for the night. It wasn't quite a cave, but a small ricochet scar from one of the larger blasts which shaped the mountainscape with half-moon cleavings. At some point, in centuries past, a boulder had fallen to partially cover it and then grown a head of viney hair. It gave them some semblance of protection, and was too narrow for a jumbo to get inside. A jagged stone jabbed into Maebe's thigh, and she groaned and came up onto all fours, clearing the ground of as many roots and rocks as she could find. Mouse produced a light crystal from his pack, a soft hue of yellow light glowing like a lonely star. "What was an Artioforest jumbo doing in the foothills of the blasted mountains?" Maebe asked, rummaging through Mouse's pack for his water canteen to wash her clotted hands clean. "I don't know, but it's as good a reason enough to storm the Artificer Guild without invitation tomorrow. I can scold old Ahilor for letting forbidden beasts run around in the outskirts of his city," Mouse replied, leaning against a rock by the entrance. "So that's why you aren't worried about what impression you're going to make with the Guild." She grinned up at him and cut the cleanest section of her greying shirt into a strip to tie over her palm. "Won't Eddick come look for us?" Maebe said without hope. She doubted the aged warrior would know where to look for them. "This here." He waved a green crystal tied around his wrist. "Will flash if I'm in trouble, and glow if I'm dead. He has one too, so he knows I'm fine." "This isn't trouble enough?" she asked, incredulous. "I'm not injured," he smiled. "You, on the other hand, how are your hands?" Maebe lifted up her partially bandaged palms, neatly wrapped, but she was struggling to tie them tight. Mouse took her hands into his and gently tugged on the fabric to make sure it was spread comfortably on both sides before knotting the ends. He lingered with Maebe's cold fingers in his grip for a second before standing up. In a flourish of royal blue, he whipped his jacket from around his shoulders and spread it on the floor. "Use your cloak for warmth. I don't think a fire is a good idea tonight. The jumbo might not fit in here, but that doesn't mean I want to lure it over." "I'll sit here and have a kip," Mouse offered. He turned back to lean against the shrub-covered boulder at the entrance. I'm not going to leave you cold in the middle of the night without even a jacket. We can discuss our desired sleeping arrangements in depth when we aren't stranding on a mountain." Maebe knew she should have stopped speaking. Foolish words had a way of erupting from her mouth before the prudent part of her brain could intervene. Mouse's sad eyes flickered, but remained silent. She had mentioned what they had both been successfully ignoring since the boat ride across the gulf. From a pocket, she produced a small warming crystal, which she placed in the centre of the jacket and spread her ruined green cloak over the top. The gold embroidery of vines and leaves across the border had faded with dirt, fleeing through the forest. Parts still shone from the crystal light. She also found the crushed remains of the flitter she crammed into her pocket during the boar chase, still twitching to fly. Crawling into the makeshift bed, Maebe curled around one side of the warming crystal. She held the light crystal up, willing the cave into darkness. Night had fully engulfed them before she heard Mouse sigh. The ground crunched as he took a step towards her where she lay. A draught crept through the warm cloak as he raised it and climbed under. She could tell from his breathing that he was facing her. "Would it be so bad?" he whispered across the narrow gap between them. "No," she whispered back. The rest she left unsaid. "Not at first, when it's just you and me, with no expectations." She awoke the next morning with Mouse's arms wrapped around her. It had grown chilly after the crystal's power had faded, but in the soft dawnlight Mouse's body was radiating desirable warmth. His breath brushed against her neck, stirring the loose hairs that escaped from her braid. The light glinted off the morning dew, and the pale colours of the sky created a perfect moment. Maebe had rejected Mouse, publicly. A few months prior, the king had announced at a gathering that he would be delighted to approve the wedding of his natural son and the Sumine daughter. It was a huge announcement because the Sumine lacked titles, to prevent them marrying into nobility and pursuing lives away from Red Seal duties. Mouse locked his eyes onto the table, fixed with a mortified expression, and sat in silence. Maebe had stood and left everybody horrified. "I am greatly honoured, my king, that you would favour such a union, but I'm afraid to announce I have no interest in your son at this moment. I have many things I wish to do before I agree to a marriage, and one of those things is to find a partner with who I've at least discussed the prospect of matrimony with." As she sat down, she noticed a crimson-faced Mouse dashing from the room. She had followed him back to his chamber and found him packing to return to Ardell Tower. That was when they had argued. It had taken months of well-timed visits to soothe the nerves and convince him that she hadn't meant to insult him. The last thing she wanted was to push him away. If the king hadn't forced him to a corner, they would have grown closer, she thought. It wouldn't be so bad to feel like this every day. To have Mouse become her partner, being pushed into marrying him, terrified her. She shifted closer, wanting to steal some more warmth and savour a secret embrace whilst he slept. Heat pressed against her back, lower and warmer, against her buttocks. Too much. "Curse balls, Mouse!" She threw the cloak off, stomping away from him. He sleepily dragged it back over himself. "Sorry, I am a cuddler," he murmured into the tail of the cloak he held. She yanked the makeshift blanket away from him and thoroughly shook it before fastening it over her shoulders. "That's not the problem, and you know it," she huffed. "Oh?" Realization hit him as he rolled over. "Oh." A deep, sleepy laugh. "That's nature, May. Maybe you read about it in one of your books. I can't help it." "Well, you don't need to sound so pleased about it," she blazed. "I don't need to be ashamed of it either," he chuckled, sitting up. They left their camp within a few minutes, following the direction of the sun towards a valley that had become clear with full light. Mont River was shining as bright as a flame in the morning light, and they followed it to the coast so that they could turn north before arriving back at Clest. Before the sun was halfway to noon, the smell of food stopped them in their tracks. Someone was cooking nearby, and they were both hungry enough to investigate. The light scent of greasy smoke was enough for them to make a quick detour and chase their noses through the tangled woods. They trekked to the lip of a cliff that looked down into a large camp tucked away in a basin. Both of them exchanged confused glances at why anybody would be camped at the border of Clest, with nothing but mountains surrounding them. Maebe pointed to a flag raised above one of the tents, a constellation of stars adorned with black fabric, but she couldn't name it. She felt cold at the sight, because even though the Night Guild was located in the Three Spires of the Northern Lands, she had studied the Night Witches, and knew many of the different factions within them, and their flags. All the factions of the Night Guild were marked by constellations of their trade. The swan, for the sky map makers, who had originally made the ornate globe etched with the constellations that sat in her father's office, a rare piece to import into the Green Kingdom. The archer, for the omen tellers, who dictated fortunes and futures based on people's lunar births. The oak, for potion makers, who sold potions that offset negative effects of any star alignment that might affect a person. Night Guild, she whispered to Mouse. I guess they're hiding in the mountains because they didn't get approval to cross the wall with the others. As she spoke, Mouse forced her back from the edge and down onto her stomach, an action that panicked her, but she couldn't say why. What? She mouthed. He pointed slowly into the camp, to a fire burning in a small clearing between tents to the left of the side. A huge gathering of witches were standing before a bulky male, listening intently. Maebe squinted, focusing on the speaker. A hulking brute, dark-haired. Black eyes, not like the chosen ones in the main, but black as if they had been scooped out and replaced with balls of coal. These weren't witches. They were warlocks. If Mouse and Maebe were caught, their lives would be drained and given over as power to the warlocks, their corpses set alight, like the human bodies Maebe now realised were burning on the fires all around the camp. Chapter 14. Bile rose in Maebe's throat at the smell which was wafting through the air, the grease of human flesh carried on the dark smoke drifting past them. Black logs trapped under the flames transformed into the shapes of charred limbs. "Where's the flitter?" Mouse whispered with a curious edge. She produced it from her cloak pocket, crushed wings and wire cage bent out of shape. It still struggled in her grip. Understanding struck her numb. "No," she mouthed. "Just check," he encouraged. Sighing, Maebe loosened her grip on the crumpled device. It twitched close to the edge of the ledge that they were hiding behind, towards the camp. Maebe gripped it before it could tumble over the edge and alert anybody. "So?" he urged. "Absolutely not," she whispered furiously as she could manage. "I made a promise to find the missing goat herders, and I think we know where they are," he reminded her. "They have no idea that we're here. The whole camp looks like it's listening to that black-eyed beauty over there. We go have a quick look, then just do a runner, with or without prisoners." "Your goat herders are right there, keeping those fires going for the warlocks," she hissed. "May, they might have children. Think of the children, May. That could be somebody's papa trapped down there," he pestered, sticking his bottom lip out and dipping his eyebrows at each side. She couldn't believe her answer tumbled out. 1 minute, she growled. "We look for 1 minute. But know this, right now. I hate you." Mouse smiled victoriously and pulled his long blade from his waist with a wink. He ripped his vibrant jacket off, reversing it so that the brown silk lining faced outside. One of Maebe's own daggers appeared in her hand. She hid her shaking from Mouse by squeezing it tight. They tiptoed down a rocky path into the forest basin, hidden from the crowd of murderous warlocks by tents and shrubs. Mouse listened, leading them, stopping at the flap of each tent before poking his head swiftly in. Maebe watched behind them. On and on they went, checking every tent on the outskirt, until Mouse led them into the inner ring. Maebe's heart jumped in her throat at every shadow. If they were spotted, she had no doubts they'd be blasted with raw magic and drained. "Here!" Mouse gasped, waving his hand to call Maebe to the flaps of a navy tent. Inside were 2 prisoners. An umber-haired man in hunter's clothes, with eyes the colour of the forest, brown flecked with green. Next to him was a small boy tied to a wooden post, Head collapsed down to his chest. Maebe dashed to him to check his pulse. She used her blades to free him from the ropes binding him to the post. "Oh, he's fine," groaned the man from the other side. "Well, not fine, but alive." He choked a laugh as Mouse knelt to flee him with his blade. "No one else?" Maebe asked the stranger. "No, my love. We are the only two of the guards left," he rasped. "We're lucky there's no guards," whispered Mouse with a satisfied chuckle. Maebe wildly gestured at the large crystal sat on the table in the middle of the room. Warlocks were made up of witches who had abandoned their former guild to seek more power. A former artificer could easily produce crystal-powered items for the warlocks. "She's right. You're stuck with us," the hunter mumbled. "That's a movement crystal. Charge to inform them if anybody leaves its presence." "Well, we'll just have to take that with us too," Mouse smiled. The hunter suppressed a barked laugh. "Well met, friend. The name's Azra," he offered Mouse. Azra shook the ropes free from his hands and sniffed deeply, eyes flitting between Mouse's jacket and the tent flap. The dark fabric slid up, revealing late morning light shining high above. A coal-eyed figure with a warrior's braid tucked under the flap stood straight. It took only an instant, but the dagger in Mouse's hand flew aside, skittering along the floor. Maebe's enchanted blades carried her through the air and smacked into a wooden post behind where she'd been standing. The blade stuck in the wood, with Maebe hanging from it until she would let go. Her blood froze in her chest. The warlock flashed a sinister grin, surprised by the act of sending an intruder flying when he'd only meant to disarm them. Suddenly, he stumbled, held by some force Maebe couldn't place. The warrior's braid wrapped itself around his throat as his knee crunched painfully into the earth of the tent. "A little assistance, friends. I can't hold him for long," Azra gritted out, hands raised and face strained with the use of magic. Hedge witch, Maebe realised. He'll be overpowered by a warlock in no time. Of the 7 guilds of witches, hedge witches were considered the lowest. Technically, they were witches who were unaffiliated with any other guild, mostly because they were considered too weak, to the point of being almost human. Some dwelt in the Green Kingdom as merchants for artificer mind crystals or charging devices, but most of them worked to try and earn an admission into another guild. There was a saying in the Green Kingdom that everybody knew. Only the poor or desperate would ever trust a hedge witch. She glanced at her daggers, stuck awkwardly in the tent post. Mouse's were stuck in the same place on the other tent post. The struggle between the two magic users was continuing in rampant silence. You crystal!" Azra gritted out to Mouse. "Crystal?" Mouse repeated. Confusion smeared over his face. He lifted a hand to his jacket. Maebe started to lecture him. "That won't do anything. That's just a movement Mouse moved suddenly. He heaved the huge rock up and smashed the grimacing warlock in the face with it, blood spraying. Then once more on the back of the head, to be certain. The warlock fell with a wet thud, released from Azra's magic. His arm spasmed twice, earning another crystal to the brain from Mouse. Everybody fell quiet for the count of 10, listening for movement beyond the tent flap. Mouse finally exhaled and passed the sullied rock to the exhausted hedge witch, wiping blood from his hands onto his jacket. "Not what I meant," Azra mumbled. "Sorry I messed up your room," Mouse joked, ignoring the witch's comment. He turned to reclaim his knife. "May, have you got the boy?" Maebe retrieved her daggers and sheathed them at the base of her spine with a disappointed groan. The boy's still bound hands draped over her neck. He was so thin and light. She hooked her hands beneath his knees, then nodded to Mouse. "Are we running now?" she asked Mouse desperately. "You know it," he replied. "Azra was it. On 3, we'll leave this tent and head left. There's a path up into the woods. It was clear on the way in. If it's still clear, we're sprinting. You have that..." He tapped his blade on the movement crystal. "So stick close. 1, 2... Mouse ducked through the tent flap and shut it behind him. The witch stood waiting. "Go!" Maebe told Azra with a sigh. She stepped out after him and saw Mouse creeping ahead, following a line of tents. She daren't breathe. She wanted the feel of a dagger in her hand, but the scrawny boy on her back needed holding steady. The path they had descended was up ahead, and Mouse took off at a sprint. Azra followed closely behind them, hugging the rock with one hand and weaving a spell with another. What's he doing? Maebe panicked. She couldn't focus on the hedge witch and escape. Since hedge witches were often weak, many joined the warlocks to increase their strength. They dashed through the woods, as far as they could manage, when Mouse noticed Azra flagging behind them from the way to the crystal, and his time as a prisoner. He pulled them to the shadowing trunk of a camphor tree. "Friend," Azra spoke. The witch's pupils widened, and his free hand clawed at the brown silk of Mouse's jacket. "You need to hide that," he warned. "Gods beyond," Mouse cursed, as he pushed Azra away from him. "Get away!" "I tried to hide it with magic, but it will lead them to us once they notice it," Azra warned. Exhaustion forced him to place the movement crystal on the floor. "Please," he murmured as he stood up. "What is it? What's going on?" Maebe asked, keeping her eye on the path behind them and resting the growing weight of the sleeping boy on an exposed root. "Can they really feel it?" Mouse asked intensely. Eyed the woods around them. "I can feel it, my friend." "Here," Azra offered. A small round-bottled vial appeared in his hand, half filled with dark fluid. "Place it here. It should cover the scent of its power." Mouse grimaced and slipped a hand inside the pocket that was now on the outside of his jacket. His hand disappeared into the folds of smooth silk, then reappeared with an iridescent crystal shard between his fingers. An era shard. A finger-length fragment from a full cluster that could hold more power than any other crystal. Used to create the barriers along the swamp border, for members of the royal family, only with approval from the king. "What's in the phial?" Mouse asked Azra. "Mouse, don't trust him, he's a hedge witch," Maebe pleaded. "It's just a memory potion, friend, stolen from a former Night Guild associate in that camp. It's powerful enough to absorb some of the loose magic drifting off your shard, though, and keep us hidden," Azra crooned. Within a heartbeat, Mouse snatched the glass vial from Azra. He popped the stopper loose and dropped the era shard within. The liquid inside bubbled and transformed into a colour as mystifyingly clear as the crystal itself. Azra's hair stood on end as he watched the flare in the tiny bottle. Within another heartbeat, the vial was magicked back into the hands of the hedge witch. "My thanks," he smiled at the astonished prince, then ran, leaving the perimeter of the movement crystal placed on the floor. "No!" Mouse shouted, sprinting after him. Without the weight of the crystal, Azra was faster. Mouse struggled to keep up, and Maebe caught up to him. "Take the boy," she offered, unhooking small hands from her neck. She passed him with barely a pause to stop, and flew into the woods after Azra. He was ahead of her, hopping over the branches and easing along the game trails. Maebe had no idea how to catch up to him. She could barely keep level behind him. They were both flagging from their escape, but he managed to keep himself ahead. Inspiration struck as she fished the dying flitter from her pocket and threw it at the running witch. It flew past his head, making him duck. "Stop throwing things," he called between panting breaths. Once more Maebe dived into her pockets and pulled out the used-up crystals from the night before. Heat and light. Heat was larger, striking him in the spine and making Azra bend backwards with a gasp as the shock of the impact. It was enough time for Maebe to throw light at his head. It stopped him in his tracks, a trickle of blood running from his scalp. "Seriously, ouch!" Azra exclaimed to her, hand massaging the tender spot on his crown. "If it means that much, then have your rock back." He pulled the vial from his pocket, liquid shining bright in the dappled shade of the trees. It shot through the air as he tossed it back to her. Maebe caught it with both hands, instantly hiding it in her pocket and away from the hedge witch's tricks. Azra tried to scowl, but his pupils went wide again. He sniffed deep in the woods around, gaze fixed on Maebe. "What?" she demanded, impressed with herself for getting the vial back, and annoyed by the witch who tried to escape with it. "Nothing," he muttered, confused. "No point having your rock if we're dead. Warlocks are closing in on the location of that ward stone. You better run." He turned and vanished through the trees. Maebe didn't bother following him. Mouse appeared between the trunks behind them, and she flashed the vial swiftly before pocketing it again. He nodded with a smile and carried on darting through the woods with the boy on his back. Together they bolted downhill until each breath stabbed them in the chest. Then they slowed and crept silently. Maebe watched her foot hover over the ground with each step until the sound could be absorbed into soft moss. Her ears strained for any noise in the thick woods around them. Chapter 15. Mouse spotted a river they had passed the previous morning, barely a trickle of silver that cut shallow tracks towards the ocean. They followed its overgrown bank, sometimes wading in ankle-deep water to avoid thick brambles or stinging hedges. Maebe's shoulders ached from supporting the weight of the boy she carried, until Mouse stood in front of her with a tired sigh and gestured to have another turn holding him. He wasn't dead. He stirred as they moved him, but his sleep was likely the result of warlock drugging. They spied a hunter's hut close to the edge of the treeless slopes that marked the descent into the city. No smoke rising from its chimney, and no bleating of distant song-goats suggested it was empty. They both paused, holding their breaths to check for sounds. Only the vibrating of stirring insects and a breeze disturbing the leaves around them. Inside the hut was stuffy, a scent of mould eating away at the wooden structure, but it was empty aside from a rodent who scurried away from his palatial home at the disturbance. Maebe strode across the threadbare rug to the far wall in 3 steps, to check the outside woodland through a clouded window, counting 10 slow breaths before feeling it was safe to slide the holy gingham curtain over it. A glance around showed the whole place was filthy. Kindling was still stacked next to a black fireplace, waiting for the next visiting hunter to make camp before heading deeper into the forest for the day. A battered kettle and pan rested on the hearth. No one had used the hut this season. Mouse dropped the boy onto a thin blanket atop the musty, straw-filled bed and went to stand by the door, opened only a sliver. His gold-flecked eyes scanned the woods that they had dashed from for any movement, making sure they hadn't been followed. He allowed his breath to catch, exhaling heavily. Maebe followed suit, taking the unspoken cue as a signal to relax. Mouse turned on her, hands clasping her cheeks like he was kneading dough. "Curse balls, May, we did it!" he exclaimed, grinning, excited as a kitten chasing a beam of crystal light. "You walked into a warlock camp with an era shard!" She knocked his hands from her cheeks. "I thought you were suicidal taking me into that, but you must have been completely mad. Does King Jasik know you have it?" she demanded. "Of course he knows," Mouse cringed. "I was supposed to use it to convince Ahilor to work on some military weapons. You know how the guild refuses to make weapons, even to defend the border from Thryae. King Papa thought that being granted access to an era shard would tempt him," he replied, arms crossed over his chest. Era shards were harvested by the military witches from Royal Isle to the west of Elpis. The guild members had never been granted access to them before. "Here, take the cursed thing back. I don't want to be caught holding it." She scooped the vial from her cloak pocket and pressed it into his hands. "In through the nose," May told herself, shaking from the tightness in her muscles. "May?" He frowned, stepping back, and out of the light from the patched curtain that had shined on his face. "May, it's empty." He lifted up the tiny stoppered bottle. The inside swirled with multicolour magic, catching in the dappled rays. "No," she denied, pulling the bottle from his grip to look deep inside. "No!" She shook it vigorously and stared into it again. Nothing changed. There was no crystal. "That lying, God's cursed waste of magic," Maebe spat, meeting Mouse's eyes. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have checked when he threw." "It's not your fault," he offered with a sigh through his nose. "Well, this is a mess." He threw himself backward into the creaking wooden chair. "I was supposed to keep that crystal on me at all times. The king might have been annoyed by a jumbo running through the mountains, but an unregistered hedge witch with an era shard, and a whole warlock camp." He pushed his rosy hair up from his face and chewed his lip. You think that hedge witch pretended to be a prisoner? Maebe voiced a question. Do you think he was working with the warlocks to get that from you? Warlocks would do anything to gain power. Drain it from the life of another, human or witch. Steal it from guild houses, travellers, each other, and even kings. I don't think so. He was just another bloody sneaky hedge witch. Oh, this is why I hate Mouse's eyes widened in shock as the door behind Maebe made a muted click. Warlocks, she thought. Wheeling around, she freed a curved blade and pointed it at the tall, skinny, dark-haired boy opening the door to leave. He had frozen when Mouse met his eyes, but as soon as he noticed Maebe's dagger, he ripped the door open and vanished down the path. Mouse reacted first. He leapt out of the door before her, but she pulled ahead of him. She bolted past him, long legs jumping the rocks that hindered his speed. Thankful she had chosen to wear trousers yesterday, rather than a skirt. The boy was still faster. Stop! She called after him. He wasn't stumbling over the rugged ground like they were. He just sped onwards, as though the gravel made a path for him, zigzagging down the mountain until he pulled further away into the boulders. Mouse entered the corner of her eye, ignoring the curves of the rocky path and tumbling down the slope between himself and the boy. Falling, he managed to barrel into the boy, who went down with a yelp. He was going to find the witch, Mouse assumed, as he righted himself and yanked the boy up to his collar, feet kicking against the air. Mouse, stop, Maebe snapped. Please, please, please don't hurt me. He struggled through the words, the language foreign on his tongue. No, we won't hurt you. We came here from Clest. Maebe used the voice she used on her horse, the calming tone she applied to ease the stress of an animal. Heavy tears slid down his dirty cheeks, cutting clean paths over his tan skin. He sobbed loudly. She's gone, he blubbed out, fight leaving his flailing limbs. Who? My sister. What happened to you? Maebe asked, shocked. Warruomo, he cried, the Sand Dragon word for warlock. Maebe switched her speech to Sand Dragon. She had learned some of the language from a tutor for trading purposes, and had practiced in Nemain and with Charis, but it still felt awkward for her. We aren't going to hurt you. Let's go somewhere safer, then we can talk more. What's your name? His wide, watery brown eyes met hers, and he sniffed. Tiliphy. Mouse rolled his eyes, so she switched back to Grainy and Common. Mouse, let go of his collar. He's not going anywhere. Tiliphy's clothes were ragged, his dyed wool tunic torn and frayed at the edges. Dirt splattered all the bits of skin that Maebe could see. Swollen bruises swelled under his scared glare, and he smelled as though he hadn't bathed in a month. She was surprised he'd managed to run so fast. Mouse let go of Tiliphy, but it was Maebe's turn to confuse him with her expression. The young boy had seemed so light for a 10-year-old, she suspected him to be when she saw him in the warlock's tent, and he had been kicking the air as Mouse lifted him. But when Mouse let go, he didn't fall down. His toes dangled above the cliffside debris. He hadn't been standing on the ground to start with. Tiliphy hovered nearly a foot in the air, above the rocky shrubs that reached up to Maebe's ankles. Do you have any crystals on you? Maebe questioned gently, but Tiliphy shook his head. He can't go back into town like that, Mouse said. He couldn't disguise his uneasiness around unexpected magic.
Please, I don't want to go back to the orphanage, he pleaded in his native language to Maebe. His voice sounded hoarse, as though he'd been screaming. Well, we definitely can't take you back like that. She placed a hand on her hip. I think I know somebody who might be able to help you, though. And she's from Sandragas, too. Tillavy's eyes lit up at the name of his home country. Maebe sighed and took off what was left of her ruined cloak, draping it over the boy's shoulders. She clicked her teeth when she noticed the fine details on her sleeveless jacket were caked with filth too. Can you hold this at the front when we're walking, Tillavy? It can hide the floating. She struggled for the word in Sandragon, so said it in Greenian Common. Revita, he informed her. And you can call me Till. Shappa always called me Till. The mention of his sister's name caused his eyes to swell with tears once more. Let's go back to town then, Till. Maebe straightened his cloak and smudged a dirty tear from his cheek. I don't think any of us want to be here any longer than we have to. She scanned the tree lines again. A final wave of caution before weariness sunk into her bones. Mouse trailed behind, watching the boy with unmasked curiosity over his inherited distrust of the unusual. Maebe trudged down the hill with heavy footfalls towards the city that had finally come into sight through a break in the trees. A rumbling sound echoed at the side of her, causing a wave of déjà vu. Till looked embarrassed, hands gripping his stomach, and he whispered with a quiet voice, Do you have any food? Chapter 16. The trio traipsed into the city. To all eyes that may be curious, they looked like wary travellers who had taken a wrong turn through the mountain pass. Mouse stowed his royal jacket in his torn bag, and Till clasped the ragged cloak tightly in front of him, hiding his filthy clothes underneath it. If anyone observed them too closely, they would see the way that Till's feet pushed against the fabric where his knees should be, and how it would drag underneath his hovering lumber. Maebe guided them through the outskirts of the city towards the magic quarter. Wonderful smells of cooked fresh fish drifted around them from the food wagons. Mouse threw a handful of red shards at the first stall they passed, and the three of them gorged on doughy balls filled with blue crab meat and sweet citrus sauce. Standing underneath the awning of the cellar, they wiped sticky fingers on their ruined clothes and ordered a fresh dozen every time they scoffed one lot away. They ran out of shards before they filled up, and the sellers of Clest weren't interested in gold. Mouse decided to ask the vendor if he had a flitter he could borrow. On trust, not payment, since they couldn't even buy any more food, and he wanted to send a message to Edic. The owner refused in the most unpolite of manners, with several imaginative hand gestures, accompanied by shouting. Maebe grabbed Mouse's hand and dragged him away to prevent him donning his shabby blue jacket and making a fool of himself and the crown. We'll be there soon. They're closer than walking up the cliff sides to the inn, and they'll let us borrow a flitter, she promised him. Where are we going? Mouse finally demanded, as Maebe led them down the shopping street for a second time. The flower shop by the hollow, came Maebe's curt reply. She was busy searching the gaps beside each building to make sure she didn't miss the wagon. We've walked past the flower shop twice. How is a flower shop going to help us anyway? Mouse snorted. We could have made it back to the inn by now. Even if Edic isn't there, Lylov can locate him. Don't lie. Even in a carriage we wouldn't be there yet, and looking like this. I doubt one would take us. And it's not the flower shop we want, just someone who lives nearby, Maebe said, as she peered down the alley beside the flower shop for the fourth time. Fading under the late afternoon light, the wagon took shape. tucked between a tumbled-down wall and an ancient oak. Vines growing from the surroundings blended into painted replicas on wooden panels. The creeping plants tied the wagon to the tree. "There!" Maebe pointed. The wagon's rounded top had been painted with grey cloud formations and delicate silver raindrops. The front painted with overlaying patterns of flowers, added over the fading floral patterns of several attempts at refreshing the paint. Maebe had once helped add a layer of her own to the discordant colours. She stepped to the hidden steps that sprouted as she approached, and flung the purple wooden door open without knocking. Inside was cramped and dark, but she flowed into her old routine. It had been months since she had last seen the wagon, the longest time she had ever been without visiting, but she knew it as well as Spesseth Manor. "My wondrous storm cloud! It's raining heavily today," she called into the darkness. "I have new visitors, too." The tiny room expanded before their eyes. Mouse leaned forward, peering at the inside as it grew, whilst the wagon remained the same from the outside. A menagerie of colours bloomed before them, into the shapes of plants, bones, crystals, and ornaments. Furniture popped into the gaps that appeared, clutter covering every surface. The carpet at Maebe's feet used its tassels to pull itself across the floor, expanding its weave vibrance out. A galaxy of enchanted mess exploded before them. Herb smoke drifted through the open door, wrapping ghostly fingers around Mouse and Tiliphy. Till's eyes watered at the magic on display before them. "Where am I? Where am I?" he stuttered. His voice cracked on the word, but Mouse placed a firm hand on his shoulder and stilled his own face against the wariness that lurked beneath. "I don't speak Sand Dragon like May, but I know enough to know what that means. These aren't warlocks," Mouse informed Till. "Although they sure like showing off. I can see why they're friends of May's," he muttered to himself. Till shivered and held Mouse's arm tight. "Not bad, just witches," Mouse repeated in a louder voice. Maebe tutted at him from inside the door, rolling her eyes. "This is who I think it is?" he asked Maebe, standing straight. He shook his arm to knock Till loose, but the boy held on. "It is?" Maebe beamed, then switched to Sand Dragon for Tiliphy's sake. "Charis and Hannah are the only two nature witches dwelling in the Green Kingdom. They're my dearest friends. They won't hurt you. They are good witches. They heal, grow plants. They can even predict the weather. They might be able to help with..." Maebe gestured to his hidden feet. Tiliphy didn't look reassured. He let go of Mouse to pull the cloak tighter over his hexed feet. Chewing on his lip, he let Mouse push him inside the plum door. It swung shut behind them, banishing the bright sunlight and the fresh air, leaving them in a dim glow with the cloying herb smoke filling their lungs. Their eyes adjusted, taking in the full bedlam of the place. Geometric glass jars of strange plants hung above them, so thick the dark ceiling was barely visible. A shallow bowl of water rested on the table by the door and vibrated gently. The shining liquid floated up into the shape of an arrow, pointing towards a wall which opened to allow them through. Maebe had to duck in places because of her height. Huge tapestries clung to the walls and ceiling, weaved with images of flowers, witches, the phases of the moon, and congruent patterns. Piles of mostly drained crystals were stacked on every surface. Heaps of books and other clutter appeared as the hallway continued to stretch on. Mouse shrieked, a completely undignified sound for a prince to make, and pulled his knife free. Till grabbed Maebe tightly, pressing his face into her torn sleeve. Before Mouse sat a huge cat, its waist-height face pulled back as though he would hiss, silver eyes focused on his weapon. Zarlad's fur reminded Maebe of stormy skies, perfect blends of every shade of grey, and the crystals jutting from his head and spine flashed like lightning. Mouse, stop it. Put the knife away. He's a crystal sphinx. He's checking to see if you mean him any harm. It's Charis's familiar, Zarlad, she murmured as she dropped to her knees. Crystal sphinxes were kept by the scholar witches of Sandragas to guard the guild. Royalty and other witches of importance kept their own crystal sphinx pairs as guardians of their private quarters. They had the ability to judge a person's intentions and communicate with those that they trust using the magic they could generate with their own biological crystals. The people of Sandragas who could not afford the protection of such magical creatures often bought small statues of them, placed either side of their door, in an imitation charm of the Scholar Guild guardians. Zarlad cast one unnerving judgmental glance towards Mouse as he sheathed his weapon, then pressed his jagged head against Maebe and began purring like a brewing storm. Till transferred his terrified affection to Mouse as the cat neared her. She scratched the fur behind his ears before standing back up. Zarlad dashed into the shadows of the room to inform his master that they were welcome. "Is that good?" Mouse asked, eyeing the spot that the cat had vanished through. "You'd know if it was bad," Maebe laughed. On the table before them, another bowl of water trembled, the liquid swirling around the citrine inside, directing them to enter a room with another shivering arrow. Maebe gestured for them to follow her, keeping an eye for carved patches on the ceiling. Mouse grabbed Till tightly on the shoulder, and they shuffled along behind her. Books and trinkets appeared, obstructing the continuously expanding floor and forcing them to follow a swerving path. At the end was a room Maebe was familiar with. A witch with the most peculiar hair sat on her heels with her back to them, tending a huge plant. Half of her head was pink as spring flowers, and the other half as green as ivy. Thick stems of the plant she held trembled as it purred along with the witch's humming. Her damp fingers ran along its great red, orange, and gold leaves. "The crotacea thrives in high humidity, but I like to pamper mine and apply moisture directly into it at least once a week as well. Look at those beautiful colours," the witch admired. She turned, and the plant straightened to the ceiling, brushing against the charms and paper enchantments hanging above them from every inch. Her eyes were split to match her hair, one pink, one green. "Oh, I didn't realise you weren't alone. I guess Charis knows you brought guests. You all look awful. Did you know?" Till had slid behind Mouse as much as he could physically manage, trembling as he clung to the prince's shirt. Mouse kept his eyes straight ahead, face unnatural in its neutrality. The only reaction he allowed himself upon seeing Hannah's unique appearance was a slow blink. It was enough to make Maebe want to chuckle. "Sorry, Hannah. This is Mouse, and the little one is Tiliphy. I was wondering, do you have a flitter we could borrow? Mouse needs to send an urgent message." Maebe queried, but the witch's wide eyes had fallen on the uncomfortable prince. "Mouse? Wait, you're Prince Mouse? You brought a member of the royal family here?" Her anxious face glanced at the plant she had been using raw magic to maintain, even though Maebe knew Mouse only thought that she had been stroking it. Mouse offered a tight smile at being referred to as Maebe's, but it died quickly as the witch continued speaking. "I hope you're here to talk to Ahilar. You know, he refuses to meet with me. If I had my way, I swear I would lecture him on inappropriate uses of magic. I know
I know he keeps within the laws of this realm, but honestly, just because you can, or even possibly can, doesn't necessarily mean that you should. There is a finite amount of crystal left to be mined. They don't grow quickly, you know. You should tell your father that magic isn't a Butterfly, you're being irate? Purred a rich voice from the corner. A dark witch melted into the room from the shadows, jewellery on her arms and at her throat jangling with their weight. The atmosphere of the room shifted to the calm pressure before a storm arrives. Charis slithered her hypnotic wine-coloured eyes over everybody. All focus was drawn to the palm-sized purple crystal mounted on her forehead. A delicate wire frame wrapped the crystal tight and vanished into the loose braid of smooth walnut-coloured hair. She limped into the room, leaning heavily on a great cane, topped with another crystal, the deep blue of a stormy night. Zalad sauntered in behind her, radiating the strength of pride that only a cat could muster. Just because I'm a little sensitive at the moment does not mean I'm not right, Hannah huffed. Zalad sniffed Mouse once, then ignored him entirely as his feline stare fixed on the scrawny boy behind him. He vanished from the room through the invisible door that Charis had appeared from. Her familiar's reaction caused the dark witch to raise a questioning eyebrow towards the prince. Charis raised a hand, as if waiting for Mouse to kiss it. He stared at her curled-up slender fingers, then looked into her expressionless face. A flitter, as you requested. Right, and release it by the window over there, she drawled with a sly smile. Her hand turned up to reveal a filigree silver device in her palm. She gestured at a small desk under a sunny opening which appeared in the ceiling. My name is Charis, but I do believe you've heard of me, Prince Marcellus. I'm afraid my butterfly over there, Hannah, is going through the season change at the moment. It is a physical and emotionally demanding change, so she's not fully herself. I think that should be obvious, Hannah sulked. Don't expect humans to know the ways of witches, especially ones as unique as you, Charis said with a loving smile. Maybe. You brought a boy here, and you have urgent news. Tell me, Charis ordered Maebe. A ring of plush chairs appeared behind each person, a wide table between them all. Come here. Maebe held her hand out to Tiliphy, who had hidden partially behind Mouse's chair. He refused to move, so Mouse picked him up and placed him in front of Maebe, then paced to the open window. Till stood angled away from the witches, but even as he trembled, he didn't reach to cling anyone. Maebe slowly undid the green cloak and let it fall to the floor under his feet. Oh, how magnificent! Look at that! It's so very rare to see a human hex cell. What was the cost, small human? Hannah buzzed in excitement at Till's reveal, but at her words his face crumpled in fear, fat tears sliding down his ruddy cheeks again. Ah, she mouthed towards Maebe. Zalad returned to the room, tail and head held high, with a plate of small cakes in his mouth. He placed them on the table before Till and nudged them towards him with a satisfied grunt. You thieving little... Hannah started. Hannah, Zala has sensed the child needs food right now. He looks as if he hasn't eaten well in days. And it's rare for Zala to take to somebody so fast, Charis said. She mirrored the movement of her familiar, pushing the plate forward and trying to smile at the silently sobbing human, leaving tear stains on the carpet. Charis, those might be a little too much for him, though. They have assa seed in them, Hannah whispered urgently. Maebe overheard and let out a barking laugh, leaving Mouse looking confused. Well, Charis stuttered. Maebe had rarely seen her at a loss for words. One will help the poor boy relax. I trust Zala's instincts, but could you go and prepare something more suitable for him, whilst I get the full story from these two? Maebe rushed through a shortened version of the story. without mention of the Era Shard or the Hedge Witch. Till relaxed a few minutes after eating and seated himself on the floor in front of the table, cramming his face with an assortment of snacks that Hannah had brought in for everyone. Seeds and nuts, an unfamiliar flatbread with a selection of dips, and a thick, juicy green plant cut into strips, which could also be dipped. Over all the food lay a thin, green shield coming from a crystal in the middle of the table that allowed hands to pass through, but kept the food fresh. When Till had finished eating, Zala crept close enough to curl up beside the boy. He gave the creature a wide stare, before stroking him between the ears and the abundance of crystals protruding from the top of his skull. It might be too late for the guild or even the city guard to do anything. They've probably already gone, Hannah mused. The month of the skull was a few nights ago, and I guess they used the night guild converts with them to drain extra power from the humans they sacrificed. But why come to the Green Kingdom? Maebe gaped, placing her honeybriar tea on the table. Warlocks roamed northeastern Domain and the borders of Artio Forest. They hadn't been seen in the Green Kingdom for decades. The previous king had once attacked and sunk a ship of warlocks using an era crystal. No witches dared attack humans of the Green Kingdom whilst they were protected by such power. It was what made the country safe. I'd assume they want to use a human temple on human lands to amplify the power they're trying to steal. Rules of consent, Hannah informed her with a casual shrug. No one consents to be murdered, Maebe snapped. No, they don't, Charis replied. But if you extract power in a place that is significant to the person being drained, you can get a fraction more than if you steal them from their lands as well. It's not so much about gaining consent, but minimizing damage to the victim. The more you take from a person, the less they have to give. But what human temple? Cities have old temples, but the gods aren't as revered as they once were, Mouse said. There's all kinds of ruins left in the mountains after the witch wars. It doesn't have to be an active place. It'd be easy for them to travel with Night Guild deserters, hop through a portal, find an old temple, and some stray humans. Perfect circumstances for a bit of unholy star sacrificing, Hannah added. All the portals were destroyed generations ago, Maebe pointed out. Yeah? Hannah coughed, then sipped her tea. Charis gave her a meaningful side-eye, and Mouse frowned at the colourful witch. She was saved from further questions by a flitter buzzing in through the open window and landing in Mouse's lap. He flicked open the silver cage, skimming over the short note inside. Edic's here. The council have been notified and we're to go to the guild immediately. I'm sorry, but I need to leave now. Can we leave the boy here? Maebe asked, gesturing to Till, who had fallen asleep with his head on his plate and a hand on the Sphinx's head. Of course, Charis nodded. He will need a bath and new clothes, but we will watch him for a time. Charis clasped Maebe's hands tight in a grip, but didn't rise from her seat. Be safe, and come back soon. The door is always open for you. Above all else, remember to breathe. Maebe turned to leave, and Charis addressed Mouse directly. Prince Morsalus Elar, forgive me for not giving you a welcome befitting your station. I have never accommodated royalty in my home before. It was indeed a pleasure to put a face to the many, many stories my May has told me of you. Mouse frowned at Maebe, who had found something interesting on a nearby shelf to look at. I find you as honourable as she describes you, Charis finished, tilting her head, followed by Hannah, who looked shocked at her own small, clumsy curtsy, and frowned as a blossom appeared from the pink side of her head, then floated to the floor. Don't worry, I won't mention your lovely home to the Royal Guard. He gestured around the room rife with space magic. I should think not. This is all legal, Charis answered his cheek with a tap to the large crystal on her head. Chapter 17. Edic
had been waiting with the inn's carriage outside the flower shop. Eyes fixed on the door of the shop, he masked his bewilderment well when they stepped out from the vine-hidden alley beside it. The three of them set off for the guild without a change of clothes. Mouse pulled out the rumpled peacock blue jacket from his bag and put it on over his dishevelled shirt. Considering their appearance, Maebe had a feeling that wearing his jacket was the only thing that would convince the guards to let them in. Long bridges connected the city into spire-like islands closest to the shore. Stringy food caught between the teeth of a predator. The rock formations erupted from the ocean, buildings shining bright above the water, safe from the harshest of waves. Atop a cliff at the edge of the city was a huge temple, long ago converted into the home of the Artificer Guild. Pale stone and spiralling towers around a domed roof. Ahelor's stony-faced assistant appeared at the bottom of the steps to the main entrance. The giant dome above them was glowing orange as it caught the last light of the setting sun. Has it only been one day? Maebe thought to herself. Only yesterday they had been hiking through the woods and laughing about Ahelor. Now he seemed anything but a joke. They followed the young-looking witch up the steps, and steps, and steps. Their breath became strained before they neared the top. Maebe noticed the young artificer leading them had a hand that was a marvellous contraption of brass gears and cogs, moving as though it were real. At the back of his mechanical hand sat a large green gem, polished and shaped into a smooth oval. She wondered if he had lost the hand naturally or sacrificed it for a magical improvement.
Hardly befitting your father's name to arrive a full day late, and filthy.
Ahelor's gravelly voice groused from the entrance just above them. Ahelor's own appearance would be comical if it wasn't for his position as a wizard. Flocculent hair poked out from the brim of a domed hat that matched a guild building, topped with many lenses for his glasses. Each circle of brass was filled with a thin slice of crystal, and they constantly flicked over his eyes in a stochastic rhythm. The folds of his rusty robes were wrapped with a wide belt, bedecked with 3 large blue crystals. Mouse didn't answer the wizard until both he and Maebe had finished ascending the stairs. His hand held out for Maebe to stand beside him.
Hardly befitting the protector of the city in my father's kingdom to allow warlocks and beasts into your borders, is it? Mouse growled in return at the wizard.
The old man laughed, throwing a great sleeve around Mouse's shoulders and guiding him into the dark wooden doors. Huge decorative brass hinges spread over the wooden panels. Maebe was amazed that such doors could open by themselves, for witch or human.
I like you. You don't dance around the topic like the rest of your siblings, eh? The warlocks, we heard about them. Crew of artificer protectors left around noon using the aerial scout to see if we could find them. City guards have been scouring the hills since as well, he informed Mouse, back turned to Maebe.
Well, we didn't see them, and we came from the warlock camp this morning. Maebe scowled at the back of his crinkled robe.
Well, they were probably in the wrong place then. We're engineers, not psychics.
Ahelor faced Maebe, tone derisive.
Lots of mountains border this city. Don't worry. They'll have found the remains of the camp by now. You took a long time getting here.
The wizard's face made a small grin through his grey beard.
I'll send a flitter to the captain now so the half-prince can see for himself that they've located it. I might let you know too. Wouldn't want the merchant's daughter feeling left out.
He stamped his heavy staff into the ground 3 times, the sound booming through the high-arched hall. A huge owl, with the same whirls of cogs as his assistant's hand, flew down from the high ceiling above them and landed on the twisted branch atop his staff. Ahelor placed an ancient hand on its head,
murmuring a message. "Can you touch the crystal here? Picture where you saw the camp," Ahilor asked. Mouse didn't move, maintaining a cautious manner to the wizard who just caught his anger off guard. Maebe stepped forward, glaring at the wizard, and touched the crystal. The oversized brass creature flared its wings and shrieked in her face before taking flight into the fading dusklight. Maebe jumped backwards with shock, tripping over and nearly falling. "That's my boy, Hooticus!" Ahilor hooted after the owl. "Is that a flitter?" Mouse asked with sincere curiosity, not acknowledging Maebe's furious glare behind him. "That he is. Fastest one we created. Does more than carry messages, that one. He's as good as an assistant, has real intuition." Ahilor beamed after his creation. "Well, let's not dawdle. We'll go to my office. You can tell me all you learned." He strode forward, waiting for Mouse to keep up, leaving Maebe to lurk along behind them. "I think we can leave your father's message for today," Ahilor said. "Maybe you can come give it once you've bathed, before you ask me to make weapons for the military, eh? Did he give you an era crystal like the others too?" Again, he slapped his hand on Mouse's shoulder, and Mouse frowned at the old wizard. "He didn't give me a crystal, no. Let's go to your office, shall we?" Mouse shuffled out of his wrinkly grasp and gestured for the old wizard to lead. Mouse had been given a shard, a fragment of the full strength of a crystal, a testament to the king's faith in his bastard son. How old must Ahilor be to look so ancient? Maebe thought to herself. She hadn't heard of anyone still living who had seen the witch wars, but Ahilor must have seen the immediate aftermath. They were ushered along high corridors, built of pale stone with large glass cabinets displaying inventions from the Artificers Guild, some made centuries ago, each with a small plaque detailing who made it and the function of the item. It made her father's own collection look pathetic in its gloomy dark office. Artificer-made inventions were mostly powered by crystals, but not always. They prided themselves on innovation and had worked alongside humans who wished to study since before the charter restrictions. Witches from other countries joined the Artificer Guild when they realised their strongest power was in crystal charging. But those who lacked the mind of an engineer and didn't want to charge crystals for humans were often given work in the crystal mines. Magic always sounded more magnificent in the stories of history, but in reality, the largest feats required the witch guilds to work together. Whilst an uneasy truce remained between each country to allow guild applicants to pass freely, proclamations of superiority over other types of magic and fears of another war caused most guilds to remain isolated from each other. New arrivals often penalised in no small measure for wishing to visit their homes after passing their tests. Only dream witches and hedge witches roamed free, and all guilds contributed to the warlocks, but none more so than hedge witches. Ahilor's office was close to the laboratories used by the researchers who worked there. Maebe remembered the layout of a building from a dusty book hidden in the depths of the garden library. Strolling behind Mouse and Ahilor, she saw many busy artificers hurrying around corridors, holding huge stacks of scrolls, crystals, and bizarre glassware, bubbling with fluid inside. She peeked inside some of the rooms as they passed, but nothing made much sense to her. Piles of crystals, smells of burning, tired-looking witches writing meticulous notes or observing other crystals, plants, grinding metal cogs or flames. Not as exciting as she expected. Artificers claimed to have the most rewarding work of all the guilds. From the public display of the guild work, she assumed the laboratories would be livelier, full of cheering celebration at a new discovery, not worn-out worker beast hunched over desks. Ahilor and Mouse pulled ahead as she slowed, intent on observing the witches at work. The last thing she saw was a witch with a crystal affixed to its head behind his ear, lying on a table dressed in nothing but his underclothes. A pigeon with a tiny crystal-like crown sat on the witch's stomach, cooing softly but not moving. Another witch, in a mist-grey robe and a pointed hat, was monitoring them with a clipboard and a quill, giving monotonous instructions. Raise your right leg. Drop it, no reaction. Raise your left leg. Drop it, no reaction. Try moving the bird 1 inch to the left. Raise your right leg. The door clicked shut in front of Maebe's nose, and she turned to see Ahilor, staff raised, crystal aglow inside it. His face looked severe, but he flashed an unconvincing grin. Best leave 'em to it, eh? He hurried off back down the corridor, leaving Maebe no choice but to follow, and gave Mouse an apologetic glance. Ahilor's office was a mass of wonky-looking bookcases, surrounding a huge desk made from rich gnarled wood with a nook in one side where he rested his staff. The two items together seemed to belong as one piece. The rest of the room had tables laid out, with pieces of brasswork or piles of paper resting upon it. But whether it was Ahilor's own work or the resident witches, Maebe did not know. It was bright due to the white walls and several large open windows letting in a small sea breeze. Several more perches were scattered throughout the room, with various mechanical birds, non-active and some in various stages of dismantlement. Please, have a seat, Ahilor said to Mouse. Mouse collapsed into the plush green velvet made from the same gnarled wood as most of the room. Begin by telling me all you can. We need to know as much about these intruders to our lands, and since you're the only witness, I want to make sure we miss nothing out. He sat in his own chair of smooth, twisted wood across the desk from them. Maebe eyed the room, realizing there was nowhere for her to sit. One chair? She raised an eyebrow. I requested a meeting with Prince Morsalus, Miss Sumine. If you are determined to remain, I can fetch you a stool, he offered. Have I done something to offend you, Wizard Ahilor? She asked, scowling at him. She had always wanted to meet the wizard in person. She had seen him at a distance, and her father had dealt with him before. But he left the Guild Witches to make orders from the Red Seal fleet. She hadn't expected him to dismiss her so easily. In my position, girl, I spend a lot of time judging crystals for their worth. Not all reds are weak if they're clear and large of size. Not all purples are strong if they're cracked or tainted. So on and so on. His hand circled by his head before he looked back at Maebe. From that, I learned a lot about judging people for their worth too. Since you're choosing to remain, I will say this once to prevent further interruption. You cannot do anything to help in this situation. You have no sway with royalty. You have no power in Clest. You have no information on the warlocks that I could not get from the prince. Who was invited? He rose from his chair, staring up into Maebe's eyes, voice rising in anger. You are currently supposed to be doing your job by ordering magic supplies for the next year's Red Seal deliveries. A position completely unsuitable for humans. Yet the king in his wisdom gifted the privilege to your family. And yet here you are, in my office. You have abandoned your work so easily. And in the face of warlocks stealing people from my city, you are more concerned with visiting your nature witch friends who bother me with useless nonsense most weeks. You pry into the work of my subordinates and question where you can sit on a meeting you are not welcome to. All of this informs me that you are self-absorbed to the point of being blind. Now sit down and remain quiet, or I will have you removed from the building. His hand
hovered over his staff, and a small footstool slid from the base of a large bookcase to slam into her ankle. Against every outraged impulse, she perched delicately on the uncomfortable wooden block and refused to rub the bruise that had been left. When she looked across the desk, she saw she was sitting so low, only her forehead would be visible to Ahelor on the other side. The shame burned her. Mouse and Maebe sat in silence on the carriage ride back. Her anger was a writhing, living creature crawling under her skin, fueled by the fact she could smell the exertion of the past few days rising off her. She was disgusted with herself, how she had presented herself, dressed in torn, filthy rags, how she had allowed Ahelor to speak to her like that. And worst of all, deep down, how she thought he might have been right. Maebe sat in furious silence for the entire conversation with Ahelor in his office, grunting in response to the few questions the wizard dared direct at her. Only after Mouse said she would clarify on some of the details. Ahelor pulled a huge tome from one of his bookcases that swayed with the adjustment to its weight. After making her check a dozen times, he finally conceded to believing Maebe had remembered the correct constellation of the warlock flags. Doesn't really matter what faction of warlocks used the portal to get here. To use a portal, you need potions from witches trained by the Night Guild anyway. The only difference it makes is that it's more accurate to keeping notes on. Ahelor added, after she had pointed to the sign. The king believes all of the portals were destroyed, Mouse declared. A few mistruths here and there. You know, politics. You can't just destroy a portal, boy. At least not without summoning the kind of trouble that we don't want to deal with, Ahelor replied. Nonsense, he glared at the wizard. Some portals were destroyed before my time, and there are barely any left in this country. The few we know of are warded to counteract anyone arriving, and since no one's trained in the Night Guild residing in Green Kingdom, there seemed little point in guarding it from this side. The old man sucked his teeth and looked all too casual, considering he admitted to lying to the king. Explains the jumbo. They must have sent it through first, test if it was being watched. I didn't know that only night witches could use portals, Mouse muttered to himself. No, anyone can use a portal, but night witches make the potions that allow the physical body to survive the trip. Activate a portal without drinking a correctly made potion, and if you arrive on the other side, you'll be missing parts at best. Completely inside out at worst, he informed Mouse, making the prince cringe. Hooticus had also returned after an hour, gliding in through a large open window high above them, shrieking in mechanical tones as he landed. He dropped a crystal onto his creator's lap, and Ahelor informed them that the Artificer Protectors had located the camp and escorted the city guard there. They were currently searching for information around the abandoned site and returning any bodies to be buried. It seemed that the missing Songgoat herders that had inspired the Songgoat Committee were reduced to charred bones in the warlock's fires. Mouse clenched his fist tight when he heard the news. When they finally left, it was only because Mouse informed Ahelor in firm tones, his confidence having grown from spending time around the wizard, and tiredness overcoming his remaining nerves. She was certain the wizard would have kept them there all night, asking them whatever random question popped into his brain. Mouse had shoved himself to his feet as he spoke, and held his hand out for Maebe once more. Night fell hours ago. If you would excuse us, we would like to return to our inn, to wash and rest. As you are aware, we came to you before doing just that. May we continue this conversation tomorrow? Hopefully your artificers will have located the unmarked portal by then. Maebe now watched the pale light of the half-moon illuminate Mouse's skin across the carriage from her.
She knew it was unfair, but she had felt angry at him for not defending her to Ahelor, and embarrassed that he had been present while she was chastised. Seeing him look so tired, though. Her oldest friend. When he was near her, her emotions tangled into a knot. Right now, she was ashamed of feeling anger. She had lost his ear shard. She had asked him to go into the forest, and she had publicly shunned him. Yet, since last night, he had been more relaxed around her. Only during the long, uncomfortable wait in Ahelor's office had she understood why. "Would it be so bad to be with me?" he'd asked. "No," she had said back. She had given him hope, knowing she would refuse him again if he worked up the nerve to ask her himself. At that moment, in the ghostly light of the night, he gave her a sleepy smile. A gentle look from across the carriage, so small and so significant. Had she held his gaze, she was certain she would cry from what she had done. So she turned away from him and looked out of the window to the passing glow of the city. Chapter 18. The carriage pulled into the entranceway of the inn. Maebe needed to escape the tiny space they shared. The door swung open, and she prepared to jump out into the chill night. She had to force herself to stop, as Edic stood waiting, framed by the door. "A messenger arrived from Elpis, and I told him to wait at the inn. He said it's in regard to the message Lady Tarue sent you," the old guard informed her. It would seem likely that she needs me to guide her to the washroom in Spesseth Manor. She probably hasn't been since I left, because she keeps getting lost." Maebe rolled her eyes. She didn't notice that the aged warrior didn't laugh. "I have no idea what she wants, Edic. To be honest, it can wait until morning. Right now, nothing is more urgent than a bath and some sleep." Her hand patted him on the shoulder, and she shuffled into her room, leaving Mouse in the carriage. The magnificent bath absorbed her into its warmth. She sank in, feeling every ache melt into the water. Tiny crystals from the vases littered the bottom until they dissolved. The water mirrored the clear night that hung above her, stars glittering under the surface, and the steam smelt heavy of jasmine. Hundreds of tiny polished crystals hung from an invisible ceiling, open to the sky, replicating the constellations in the dark. She felt so relaxed. She believed she could have walked to the Voidlands, hand in hand with Macaria, had the goddess of peaceful death visited right then. Death didn't visit. Sleep visited when she collapsed onto her bed, still wrapped in a towel. The sun had reached midday, and no one had arrived to wake her. She pulled soft, clean clothes over herself, a casual dark blue tunic with fine silver needlework and black leg wraps. On the dining balcony, lunch was left out for the royal entourage to help themselves to, protected by the same crystals Charis had used. Nobody was in the room, but the desire to eat was stronger than her need to find Mouse and ask him about returning to the guild house. She devoured a bowl of cream stew and half a loaf of soft bread, mind exploding with ideas on how she was going to respond to the wizard for belittling her. She had respected Ahelor's work and longed to meet him since she was a child. That he dare treat her, the future Red Seal Navarch, in such a manner was outrageous. She was munching her way through a tray of delicate little citrus cakes, topped with white flowers, composing furious mental comebacks in her head, when footsteps brought her head up to the door. Edic appeared looking worn down. "That messenger has been insisting I wake you since dawn. Can I recommend you see him now before I have to resort to forcefully removing him? I don't want to do that to a man who is just doing his job," he rumbled. "Fine, send him in.
she said, without bothering to swallow all of the cake in her mouth. Food still felt more important than manners after her wander through the woods. Edic let out a sharp whistle, and a bedraggled messenger stepped up into the doorway. The boy's hair and clothing were rumpled, as though he had slept outside last night. Most likely a ship's boy, sent on a job whilst his shipmates had indulged in the joys of the city. He seemed confused at Maebe relaxing at the dining table. "I'll leave you to it. I'm in the hall if you need me, though," Edic mumbled as he left the room. "Well?" Maebe said to the messenger.
Lady, I mean, Miss Sumine, I was told you'd be ready to leave for Clest and head for Elpis as soon as I got here. I waited all night in case you were ready to leave. I thought you might need to pack. They told me you'd been at the Artificer Guild." His eyes shot about the room, looking for any sign that Maebe was preparing to leave. "Sorry? Why would I leave with you?" she said, thin patience wearing. A small wave of panic washed over her, thinking her father had changed his mind and she was to attend the offering with him. Had the king commanded something in the rage that Mouse had mentioned? The panic died on the messenger's next words. "Well, Lady certainly sent a message prior to the arrival. She said that you would want to leave immediately. As soon as we arrived, in fact. She was certain of it," he blurted in a rush. His hands fiddled with the hat that he kept grasped in his fidgeting fingers. Again, why would certainly be expecting me to leave? She popped another piece of cake into her mouth and sank into her chair, stretching her toes out under the table. You did receive the message? Miss, it's not my place to say, but, well, it's your father, miss." He stumbled over his words, looking at the floor. What about my father? Oh, he does want me to go south, she thought. Well, he... The messenger rubbed his hand over his head. "Oh, just spit it out. If he wants me to go on the Red Seal run, I hope you brought someone with you who's bigger than you to drag me back to the ship, because I told him I wasn't going this year," she glowered. "No, nothing like that, miss. Well, your father, you see, he passed, miss, not long after you left." Maebe swallowed the cake in her mouth, letting the words soak into her skin until a tremble came from her hand. The messenger didn't look up. He didn't look like he had lied either. She stood, clasping the edge of the table. It took a moment before she rushed into the hallway, pushing the nervous boy aside who had stood in front of the open door. She barreled into her room and scrambled to find the crystal that certainly had sent. Somewhere on her desk, it had been hiding beneath something. Maebe's eyes were blurry. This is a joke. It's some setup, I know it, she thought. The room was spinning around her as she grabbed the fiery gem from under a selection of cosmetics and held it over a piece of notepaper provided by the inn. It spat out its message onto the blank sheet. The words formed painfully slow. Greetings from Certainly. Some rambling notes about an emergency and apologies for disturbing her, that she wouldn't have unless it was with the utmost need. Then the sentence came that she was dreading. Please come home, May. Your father was murdered.